And we are live with our first ever rematch stream. And with me today, I have got Vector. And first of all, apologies. I am a little bit sick, but I couldn't miss out on this occasion. So if you do not mind, it is Vector who's going to be doing most of the yappage today. How you doing, man?
Only just learned that, Romeo. I was expected to be riding on your coattails for this one. I know we're both kind of new, as everyone is to the rematch community. It's a nascent esport. It's just getting its footing, but I'm looking forward to it. It's called a friendly tournament, but I expect a lot of these players and teams to be really competitive. I'm looking for some high level gameplay, despite the meta not quite being developed yet, and I think it's going to be entertaining.
Well, I remember there was a saying in FIFA, one of the commentators used to say it, you know, today is a friendly, but there's nothing friendly about it. And I've been alerted to some of the trash talk between some of the teams. So there is definitely going to be no love lost today, Vector. So I know that there's been a couple of changes to the bracket. Today is going to feature 8 teams, if I'm correct, Vector.
That is correct. I think we initially started with 10, but we've had a couple dropouts, which is unfortunate. But we do have an even number of teams, thankfully, that we're able to bring to the field and show you all. And just trying to keep it casual, keep it loose. As you said before, this is a friendly. Probably not going to be friendly on the pitch, but everything surrounding it is just a learning experience in a lot of ways. And I think, given that, we can't expect too much in terms of like consistent skill. There's going to be a lot of mistakes on pretty much every aspect in regards to the tournament, but I at the very least hope that it's going to be exciting and a lot of fun. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people coming from the Rocket League community. There's been a lot of aspersions cast, a lot of allusions made to how similar it is to Rocket League. There are some vast differences. You can't use the entirety of the field, for example. You can't fly. Speed is limited in a lot of ways, but there are obviously a lot of similarities in the way that there's rotation and you have to communicate, use teamwork, and all those lovely things. But we'll just have to see how it all shakes out in the end. And of course, the sub-Saharan Africa community wanting to get behind this is something that I really like to see.
So, and he was just talking about the casters, and we're yet to see how the players will do either. Yes, we are all new to this, and hopefully we'll all get better in time. Production, casters, players, everything. But for now, we have to start somewhere, and somewhere is here, and somewhere is today. So today's tournament is going to follow a pretty simple format. It is double elimination, best of 3. So every single match you see today is going to be a best of 3. We don't have fancy overlays like we do over in Rocket League, as I'm sure most of you have carried on through chat. Wherever you found us, let us know. I'd love to know more about you guys. So we will be reading chat throughout the game. We will be responding to you as long as you're not a silly goose. And Vector, I know that we have players ready to go. So the first 2 teams that we are playing, well, we have on screen now, it's Bro and Not So Deadly Sins, right?
I believe so, yeah. 7 not so deadly sins, as they allude to themselves being known as. Obviously, everybody's going to be relatively unknown. There might be some that you recognize from other communities across the esports scene, but it's all just such early days, and it's very exciting to see what could come of this and who actually ends up shining and becoming those star names early on in the game. It's only been out for like a month or something like that, but these are the important stages. The foundation is being built at this point, and as we keep talking about it being a friendly, I still expect them to be highly competitive, highly just trying to prove themselves, trying to become the best that they can be, even though the game's meta is extremely new, and we're still just waiting to see exactly how things are all going to shake out. We already see tons of new mechanics coming out. The skill ceiling, in my opinion, can't necessarily go as high as Rocket League in terms of the fact that things are based on priority and there are canned animations and things like that. But it is still incredible to see what the community has already been capable of coming up with, Ippy slides and blade shots and all those wonderful things. And it's all about the utilization and the consistency that players can bring out with that, and how well you're able to deceive your opponent, and hopefully not any cases of desync or anything like that being the cause of woe for one of these teams. But crossing your fingers, we get to see some high-level gameplay even at this stage of the esport, and I'm looking forward to seeing these 8 teams on the field.
Well, we won't have to wait too much longer, so our first of 5 stream matches will be starting shortly. I'm just waiting on production to tell us when we are ready to go, so that is the only thing that hinges on whether we're going to be seeing gameplay now or 10 years from now, because hopefully that's not the case. But we know with any new game, there are always issues, there are always technical problems, but it looks like we are heading into our first ever game of Sub-Saharan African Rematch.
And I will desperately try, as I hope you will as well, to avoid any rematch or rematch-related puns throughout this broadcast, Bromeo. It's going to be difficult. It's just right there. It's low-hanging fruit, but we'll try our best, as will all 10 of these players on the field. We get kicked off with the first few moments of this tournament. Breezy to pick it up, gets through 2 players, 3 defenders, however, stopping this one early on. Some decent possession, I believe, for the Bro side. Obviously, we don't have team names this early on. At least I don't on the overlay, so it might be a bit hard to tell to begin with who exactly is on which side. But we'll start to see when they start scoring some goals.
So all you need to know is Bro is in blue, and the other
That's
team,
useful.
7 Not Deadly Sins, is in white. So that's the only thing you need to know. Bro is in blue. So right now we're watching a very, very early game where they're trying to get a little bit of ascendancy going, and I think the first thing you need to know that this is not FIFA. This is 5-a-side football. You can do crazy skill moves, and Vector, I think you can take us through that, but right now we're seeing an early attack here by 7 Deadly Sins, but James now in the net. He's going to make that stop, but the pressure is not done there.
Exactly right. It's FIFA only in the fact that there's a football on the field and there are players kicking the ball around. But it's much closer to things like FIFA Street and Volta Football that you might be aware of from those games in the past. And it's much more about individual skill in a lot of ways. I mean, it's 5v5, of course. It's futsal, indoor football, as a lot of people will recognize it as. And it is about positioning and understanding the gameplay well. And just as we talk about it, we see the first ever goal scored in Sub-Saharan African Rematch in an official capacity. It's done by Bro. Steeper Ace puts that across. I think that came off the left-hand post as well. Not dealt with by the goalkeeper. And already a concession from the for the 7 not so deadly sins. Their opponent's certainly deadly in that play. And I'm just more excited about the higher level thought of this, the strategy, the tactics, and how the formations shape out. Because in my personal opinion, from playing a lot of Rocket League and playing a lot of FIFA as well, it's so much more fluid, and the positions have to be rotational. You can't just be so static that it's so easy for your opponents to play around you. Is a great stop by the Sins keeper there, Grey Fox, in the back line, manages to keep this deficit to just 1 goal. And both sides doing fairly well. I'm not seeing a lot of inconsistency so far. Not a lot of clear errors and unforced errors. So I'm glad to see that.
Well, right now, Breezy being the first goal scorer, and I know 7 Deadly Sins are looking to add to that. Breezy in possession. Once again, he's double man marked now. They see the danger, but Steeper Ace taking a shot from wide, and Grey Fox looking a little bit shaky there on defense. And it looks like they got out of jail. So the tempo here is a lot different to other sports. You will see cross-field goals. You will see goalie goals. And you will see James right now passing it to a double wide. And I think with regards to tactics, you'll see that backboard shot very, very often. But as far as positional play goes, you'll generally see 3 up front and then a defender back. And then on defense, they'll revert to man marking. So you see unguarded Ace here trying to guard against Logic. And he gets the tackle in. Yes, but not being able to get the possession back. But Breezy now getting a great first touch. Couldn't get it past Dude. And that was the end of that attack vector.
You talk about tactics and formations and how fluid it is, obviously, early on. With there only being 10 players on the pitch, but 5 aside, technically only 4 outfield. It limits the possibilities of what you can actually do, and most end up defaulting into diamonds. Or, as you said, either having 3 attackers, 3 defenders. There's different philosophies as to which is more important. And going back and forth, being able to go box to box, especially, is so important. The management of your stamina. Anyone that doesn't understand the game to that level, everybody has stamina. Everybody has the same amount. It recharges over time. You go slower, the less stamina you have. And everybody has what's called an extra effort, where you get a quick boost, which ups your priority, and it allows you to go much quicker, but with less possession, less control. As we see a lack of control here from Logic and from the 7 not so deadly sins, clearly living up to their name, unable to get their first goal on the board. One pings off the crossbar, another fails to find its mark as well. James has been doing well at the back line for Bro, but he's not necessarily had to deal with too many shots straight on target, as we see a 3v3 forming here, going forward on guarded Ace with the Rainbow Flake over one early shot, easy enough for Grey Fox to deal with, sighted all the way, and a little bit more trickery needed for Bro here to try and get past Grey Fox. I think he was a little unsighted early on, and that's what allowed the first goal, but he's warmed up a bit now, and is able to stop those easier shots.
Well, I think what we're also starting to notice...
wide open man in mid.
Well, yeah.
Can you find him?
They couldn't get across, no. And so what I've started to notice, and with 1 minute left on the clock, they better notice fast, is that they have dedicated goalkeepers. 7 Deadly Sins having Grey Fox, 97 in the mid, and then James at the back for Bro. But right now, shot coming in, and then James making the rush save and keeping 7 Deadly Sins off the board in this first stanza. They've got 30 seconds left on the clock. Do 7 Deadly Sins. They're going to want to make it count. But right now, Steeper Ace passes to unguarded Ace. Shot coming across and saved by Grey Fox.
Something important to note in the game of Rematch, if you're not aware of it, if the game is at least 1 goal between them, and the team with the lesser 1 goal gets a last possession if they manage to hold onto the ball at 0 seconds, and so long as they keep holding on to it, then they will get the opportunity to score. If they get tackled, if it gets played away from one of their players, that's it, it's over and done with. But as we tick towards the final moments of the first game of this series, we see a last defense coming through. Possessions found by 7 not so deadly sins. You catches it on the long ball. Logic to try and chase it down, but he's got no boost and he's outpaced by the defender. Bro managed to marshal the defense just in time and well enough to keep out any opportunity going back down the field for the Sins, and they managed to hold on to that slim lead in a rematch game, as we all know in Rocket League as well, is that it is so fragile, and it's so important to have that structural capacity to get at least 2 goals, just to have the safety of it, because you never know, anything can happen. A goal can be scored like that instantaneously. So they did very well, bro, to hold on to that one. And for Sins, I think there's just a little bit of maybe nerves, possibly. This is only a friendly tournament, but it is a competitive environment, and it is something that you think about. It's always in the back of your mind. For them, they just need to be a little bit more, I guess, teamwork oriented, finding each other in the spaces that they make. So much of this game is about movement, positioning, dragging defenders around, and that's what a lot of people just don't realize is you've got to move, you've got to get into to open spaces, and that gives you the better opportunities for the play. But of course, Bro just had the better of things in that game.
Well, as we wait for that, we are going to see no break in play. It doesn't look like they're going to exit the lobby and re-enter. So that bodes very, very well for this game as we're heading into game number 2. Now, Vector, you pointed towards some very, very interesting stats. Stinley D was the one who picked up the most points in the first game. I see everybody has left. Yes, we are going to create another lobby.
We told you this was coming. It was going to happen.
Yeah.
There's going to be teething issues. There's going to be problems. You got to be patient.
Yeah.
But it was an entertaining game to start off with. Of course, with it being a best of 3, they are on match point immediately. That can really be devastating for your mentality. You have to understand that it's not over. There's always an opportunity. It's 6 more minutes to get your name on the score sheet, to get your team on the series score as well. And for me, going forward, I mean, the Sins, Grey Fox, I think, had 6 saves. He had a decent performance. He only allowed 1 to go in very early on into this game, and it was one that came off of the post as well. It was hard to read. Being a goalkeeper myself, I pretty much solo queued up to Elite. It is probably one of the. I'm not trying to flex or anything. I'm just saying, from my perspective of how I understand the game, to defending is obviously harder because you have to be reactionary. You have to wait for your opponent to make the decisions, and especially with the like desync and lag and things like that, you have to be so understanding of how the game works, and a lot of it is just luck. I've stopped a lot of shots that didn't actually get stopped because something's happening on the server that's not happening on my screen. So at the back, in my opinion, is the hardest position to play. So for the goalkeeper, if you make a mistake, it's so easy to get blamed because it typically leads to a goal. But on the front foot as a striker, there's so much more technical difficulty to it about being able to aim, timing your runs, and making decisions that might not necessarily lead to a goal. You have to be deceptive and you have to be quick in your decision making. So every position has its difficulties, and I just hope for Sin's sake that they can figure those difficulties out and actually make a series out of this one. They still have a second life, of course, with it being a double elimination.
With it being double elim, what that does mean is if you lose a game, you drop down to the lower bracket and you fight your way back up. So every single team has a chance to come back from it. So right now, we're just waiting for everybody to join back in the lobby. We're almost there, as we're just waiting for players to assign themselves to the correct team. I see that they're trying to make friends too early, too soon, and we said it would be friendly, not that friendly. So I know that there's so many aspects of this game to look at, and having a look at the first match just by itself, you're going to start seeing players starting to shine. You're going to see tactics starting to play through. I know that they played a lot of wide balls to Breezy, did Bro, whereas 7 Deadly Sins played it through the middle for the most part. So I think what we might see is our own SA meta. The more that it's broadcast, the more you are able to see what other people are doing. I
sort of
feel
influences
like,
itself, yeah.
Yeah, and you will be able to see new tactics arise, and that's what we're hoping to achieve, to create a local scene that can showcase itself, and that's what we're hoping to achieve here. But we do not have to wait any longer, because right now we are firing up for game number 2 in this first match, this first best of 3, and it is Bro with possession.
Take possession of the second game, up by 1 in the series. Looking for some good passing. Collected by the front man, Breezy. Decent dribbling, but dude managed to get a slide tackle. Not quite the best decision. Gets a block, though. Grey Fox dies for this one. It's not rolling towards the net. An unforced error from the goalkeeper there. Thankfully, for Sins, they get away with it. But mistakes like that, you've got to cut them out quick and early, because they're gonna come back to bite you.
Oh, well, James Nah getting the counter there. Very aggressive, keeping off the backboard, just as he should be. Breezy now looks like he's dodging tackles, passes to unguarded Ace, who's free. Shot coming off, and there is the touch, and it is Bro coming out again with the opening goal. It is Breezy once more scoring all of the region's goals.
And this is one of the things I definitely wanted to highlight. I'm glad that it actually happened. If there's a strong shot coming from a striker and defender is in the way, it can either be blocked and just go straight back towards the striker, unlikely, or it gets deflected and goes off in pretty much a random direction. I'm not sure exactly how it's determined, but it is extremely difficult for a goalkeeper to read that. And I think over time, players and teams will start to realize this. It is so much better to just allow the goalkeeper to tank the shots, to get peppered if that is what's necessary. The goalkeeper is extremely overpowered in this regard. In the way that the mechanics work, they can catch balls out of the air like it's nothing. They have glow on their hands a lot of the time, so it is extremely risky to be a solid centre back and stop shots early on, because it can just pounce off. The goalkeeper jumps early, and then he's just left in no man's land, as we saw there, Breezy with the opening goal even earlier than they did in the first game, and now the onus is exactly on to Seven Deadly Sins. This is their upper bracket life in the balance as it stands. Steeper Ace gets the ball down the midfield, opened it up for Dude X, cannot get away with it as this one's to the backboard, but Grey Fox, he didn't bite it the first time, but he did at the second, not quite enough. Far post finish, and an exceptional play from Bro here, just a 1v1 all the way down the field. Dude has to react to this better, but he doesn't, and now a difficult 2-goal lead to come back from.
Ooh, Steeper Ace proving he's ice cold, putting it up against the backboard, making sure that he didn't pull the keeper in the first time. And that little overcommit by the keeper cost him dearly. Is now Bro up with 2 goals. They're starting to look comfortable. Unguarded Ace now. Breezy alongside him. Miss pass to Steeper Ace. Steeper Ace will recover though. Little rainbow flick over there. He's going to pass over. He sees Unguarded Ace in the middle, but gets tackled on the line, and they might get out of jail here because Seven Deadly Sins regaining possession, but not out of the woods yet. Logic now in the midfield. He's going to try and take a solo shot. James now up against the backboard. Can he make the save? No, he cannot. And it is Yesus, but opening the account for Seven Deadly Sins.
Finally get one on the board, and initially I thought this was a mistake from Logic, that he'd sent it too high with the shot, but it was intentional. Sent it to the backboard, pulled the keeper out, thought he was going to get to it, slid instead of diving, and that was what led to the open back post finish for seven not so deadly Sins. They finally halved the deficit, managed to get something back, because for most of this game they've had few and far between of the possession. They've certainly failed in that regard, and Bro have been extremely diligent in just holding on to the ball. As we see an open man at the back post, for some reason Breezy didn't want to pass it early, does eventually, and there's just no one covering him. Logic has to step up in front of that, has to recognize the threat that these two wingers can pose. Both of them have scored in this game, and I would expect them to do so once again if they're given so much space to work with. As you see another ball hurtled down the middle, dealt with diligently by the Sins defense, all the way to Eustace, all alone in this corner. Stinley does perfectly to defend this, and then gets absolutely bodied by the slide tackle. They lose possession once again, and it's down to the wing once more for Breezy. Passes it across the midfield. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, maybe a missed pass, but Grey Fox deals with it, comes out of his box, and now back down the field we go.
Well, Logic now has possession, hits the backboard. James looked a little bit weak on defense on the last one, so James gets the clear, but he doesn't get the possession. Dude, coming in his last defense, picks up the ball, passes it through to the middle. Yes's Bud gets the shot across, but palmed away by James and they're not out the woods yet. Yes's coming through once again. It is now Stinley D, the man with the ice-cold veins who scored the goal earlier, but now Breezy, not being able to get past this dude defense, is having a bit of a time as Grey Fox allowed to reset now, and it looks like they're playing a lot more expansively. The gloves have come off, and with the time almost at its end, Logic passing once more through to Yassis, but they need to score another goal and equalizer soon. They've still got about 90 seconds or so, but this is due
Oh, this is
or
dangerous.
die rematch because Breezy now passing through, misses unguarded ace, but the tackle coming across means Grey Fox can pedal it off to safety.
You mentioned that the clock is definitely influencing the Sins' decision-making here, their formation as well, and it's leaving wide open spaces at the back, just like this one. A steeper ace finds his brace. I think this was straight down the middle, maybe gave the keeper the eyes as he dove to the left. Was not able to get in front of this one. I've concede to being a victim of this, just assuming it's going to go one way and diving just slightly too early. Get caught out, and now a 2-goal deficit once more for the Sins to deal with. Just take a pot shot from distance. Almost a problem for Stinley Diaz. Of course, in Rematch, there is no goalkeeper priority. Everybody spawns, well, not randomly, I think it's rotationally, but the dedicated goalkeeper that teams have has to go and run back to the net straight off kickoff. So sometimes you can get a cheeky goal from that if you shoot early. As we see a wide open strike here, 2v1 for unguarded, I can't read his name, I think it's Ace the Steeper on the left side, off the backboard, just far too simple. A hat-trick comes out in the second and very, very likely last game of this series. Bro have just had too much control, too much precision for Sins to deal with. I mean, a lot of it was of their own accord. It was problems that they were making themselves, but really, you got to give them credit. They have been exceptional.
Well, today they've been really good. Unguarded Ace getting the assist there, but it was Stinley D getting his hat trick, putting Bro away in what must be the final match here, as with 20 seconds left on the clock and the mercy rule almost in place. Something needs to happen now. Breezy now getting some possession. He hands off, unfortunately, to the opponent. Grey Fox now coming out of net, trying to do the most for his team as Yassis tries to get the blade shot. Yeah, doesn't get it in. Unguarded Ace off the line means that they are going to finish this game in style, Vector, as they come out your victors. Bro, your first winner today. They proceed in the upper bracket, and 7 not so deadly Sins are knocked to the lowers. It is Steeper Ace with the hat trick that is your MVP of this game, and it's a real tough one. We don't have the technology, we do not have the power, but the first game it was Breezy, and today it was Steeper Ace. But I'm gonna say series MVP, Vector.
I mean, it's hard to argue against it in such a short series. Saying who the MVP is very difficult, and of course it is completely a team game. The strikers aren't getting anywhere without the midfield or the defense working in tandem and all working together. But it was definitely all about the strikers in this one. Their finishing ability, the goalkeeper and the defenders didn't have to do all that much. I mean, Stinley was exceptional. Unguarded Ace was exceptional at the back as well. They did have to do some work, but not nearly as much. Just in massive part because of the fact they could keep the ball in the opponent's half. They made smart decisions rather than trying to force things, trying to dribble too much. Look for the open man. There's always going to be at least one, so you've got to try and find them, work your way around the defense, and of course, once you got that 3-goal lead, they're forced to come out even more. They have to push up the field, they have to get aggressive. That leaves space in the back, and with there being no offside, you just send it to the cherry picker, you send it down, you've got a 2v1, it's pretty much an automatic goal, unless you mess up massively. So the writing was on the wall for a long time, probably the last 2 minutes of that last game. But yeah, commiserations to 7 Not So Deadly Sins. They will have a second chance, another opportunity in the lower bracket. But Bro do move on emphatically, and I can't wait to see what they're capable of doing going further in the tournament.
Well, they are definitely up first for the form contenders. I see Breezy in chat. He's pretty pumped after his win, so congratulations, Breezy. And as we figure out who our next game is, let me just give you a little reminder of how this format is working. It is best of 3, so it's first to 2, and it's double elimination. So if you lose once, you get knocked down to the lowers, you lose again, and you are out. And there are 8 teams currently playing, so there will be 5 broadcasted games. So we've got another round after this. And then we've got our lower semis, upper semis, and then our grand final. So there is still a ton of rematch here for you to watch today, so do not go away. We are going to go for a short intermission while we figure out our technology, what we're capable of, what we're not, and while Vector prepares himself for the next series. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Took me down, had me feeling alone. So long, darling. Right here and now, we can try this again. If you're in, I'm in, darling. I finally see what I need to be free. Far from what I was led to, but no holding back, I've made up my mind. Seeing what's next, I'm not sure what I'll find. Holding the key firmly in my hands, I'm looking forward, I know where I stand. And this is it, I've nothing to lose. Now is the right time, I'm making my move. I'm on a high now. You can't bring me down. I'm Being underwater. Can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go. Underwater. Underwater.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Sub-Saharan African Friendlies. We are back with some rematch. Alongside me is Voodoo, taking over from Bromeo. It's been a fantastic tournament so far already. I think we've had 3 matches being played. They've all been 2-0 victories, of course, best of 3s throughout the entire bracket besides the grand final. So things are going quick and fast here, Voodoo. And I'm looking forward to this next match as well. We're into the quarterfinals, as you might call it, between Die Ballspielers and 5 Gents. I probably said that wrong. I've probably butchered it, Voodoo. But I'm looking forward to some great gameplay once again.
Yeah, we can forgive you on that. That first game was amazing. I loved every second of it. This is the birth of SSA Rematch, and I'm just happy to be a part of it, really. This next game is going to be quite great. We've got 5 Gents who are arguably the favorites to win this whole thing. So they're going to be looking to absolutely dominate this next game.
We'll certainly see. Of course, it is 2 winners if you look at it from a Swiss stage perspective. Both of these are 1-0. There are victors in their respective matches before, so I'm expecting to see some fireworks. We kept talking about it, that it's a friendly tournament, but it's certainly not friendly on the field. These 2 are going to go at it. They are obviously playing for keeping their first life. Should one of them, whichever one of them falls, will still have that second life in the lower bracket. But no one wants to end up down there. No one wants to be on the cusp of defeat. And both of them will be fighting as hard as they can to play as well as they can in this series. And I'm just hoping to see maybe some different tactics as we go forward. And the game that we saw prior, we saw Bro work well in terms of having 2 strikers pushing up forward and working a lot in the counter-attack way, using the backboard a lot, which in my experience is not as strong. If you try and prime the goalkeeper to thinking you're going for that, it can be useful. As I said before, deception is such a huge part of this game, and trying to draw the goalkeeper out, make him jump early. But for their sakes, I hope at the very least they're able to work on the defense, because we saw an unfortunate lack of it from the Sins. The defenders just either not recognizing that there are attackers surrounding them, they have to cover off, they have to get ahead of them, they have to just be so much more proactive in how they deal with attackers. And hopefully we see a bit more of that, a bit more tactical nuance throughout this series. But maybe it'll just be a chaos. It'll just be a barnstorm. There'll be shots coming in left and right. As we see more and more of the meta develop, that might be the case as people position very more precisely and get off quick shots and quick passes. But As you said before, it is very early on. It's the nascent stage of this esport, especially in the SSA region, as we go off already here between the Ballspielers and 5Gents, both victors in their respective opening matches, looking to carry on.
Yeah, and as you touched on, I'd love to see more quick passing plays. I think there's a lot of opportunities that's left out when you just ping the ball across the field. So I think 5Gents can sort of take that in stride. But we'll see how that all pans out.
I see a decent opportunity already. It looks like they're playing somewhat of a box formation. They've got 2 defenders, 2 attackers, not too static in the midfield. As a pass across, excellent play from 5Gents, I believe this was. I think the pink is in the away team. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this was an exceptional delivery from Silent God all the way down the midfield, over 3 defenders' heads. Slick with that great movement, gets the first touch as well, pulls the goalkeeper out immediately. He jumped the gun a little bit too early there and left a wide open goal to shoot out. Volley finish and an extremely early goal here, the first minute in. And already we see some great team play going forward, and they're going to have to be a lot more aware of where that front striker is going. As a shot all the way from downtown, Obelisk finishes this halfway down the field, completely catches out the goalie.
Yeah, these guys are playing so confidently. They're very aggressive. I love to see this.
That's such a rare thing to see, especially in my experience. I'm a goalkeeper main. I very rarely deal with long shots like that. And you can put so much more curve and bend on it from distance because it takes time for the ball to do that. As we see a very quick play here and an instantaneous response to this one from the Ballspielers. Great finish off of a header from Dzax all the way from the midfield line. Jace picks him out. He's beaten his defender outright. Chef Savage can't get there, and I can't remember who the goalkeeper was. I think it was Squid is the dedicated goalkeeper. They managed to respond in kind, and this is exactly the kind of match I wanted to see. End to end, back and forth, both teams doing their best to beat one another. And I'm hoping to see more of it as we go on, as the keeper comes hurtling out of his box to deal with this. Risky.
Yeah, this is quickly turning into a slugfest, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, shots back and forth. It can be a little disorienting at times. Fast and loose. Not very much about defenses, as the offense learns how to exploit movement and how to exploit stamina. Especially priority is a huge contentious point in this game, and who gets to the ball first. Essentially, if 2 players try to make a play on the ball at the same time, who gets it, who deserves to hold on to it, and there's a lot of different factors that go into it. But you've above all got to be solid in your positioning and your understanding of the field, where everybody is, with your no-look passes, with your touches. Exceptional dribbling here from Slick, gets away from 2 defenders, pulls away to get a little bit of space, find his man. Silent God to the back ball once again. Subject did dive early, but manages to deal with it, gets it away, passes across to his defender, but this one's just so easy to cut out. Silent God in the right place, right time, but maybe rushed the shot a little. That was a golden opportunity to get a third.
Yeah, and I think the positioning is so important, and 5Gents has that on full display with all of their steals and quick counterattacks. Yeah, we see another one playing out right now.
Pass across, Slick there, doesn't opt to go for the early shot, maybe trying to pull the goalkeeper again. Forced onto the wing, gets away from his man. Silent God to the backboard again, sort of a carbon copy of the last play that they attempted, and got to try and switch things up, do things a little differently. I think the goalie's getting used to it as another opportunity comes through. Can Dees get to it? Yes, he can. It bounces just enough off the backboard for him to recover his own touch, as I think we see the exact same goal play out pretty much from the midfield line. This time it was Hermes instead of Jace, I believe, that managed to get this across to the waiting striker, the target man, and the defense just can't deal with it for whatever reason. It seems like 5Gents are much stronger and much more comfortable going forward and keeping possession in that regard, and maybe just don't have the experience at the back that's necessary to stop these long balls over the top. They are hard to deal with. I can tell you that from experience, but they have to if they want any chance in this series, because they've just lost a crucial lead.
Yeah, and we'll see this throughout the tournament. From what I've seen in SSA Rematch, the focus is very much on attack. And I think if 5 Gents wants to close this game out, they're going to have to lock up their defense a bit.
For their sake, they've at least managed to equalize, bring things back to par. The subject does well to find his man. He sends it a little forward, too forward, but it's managed to pull the defender out. Jace with a free ball, little lackluster there, looking for the run from Hermes, but they weren't quite on the same hymn sheet, and Squid deals with it across to his open man on the left wing. Another fine pick out from these two
Fantastic.
players. Slick and Silent God connecting once more to find a bottom left banger. Far too hard for the goalkeeper to deal with. And they just have to be so aware of the fact that they're vulnerable at the back. He's wide open. The defense has to read this. Once again, back to the goalkeeper. They get the kickoff. Subject going to find his man on the right side. As you see a box formation developing here. Jace trying to push up to the midfield, but plenty of time for Hermes to pick his man. Just dribble up a little bit. They're not willing to send anyone as Obelix does go for it. Hermes rushes it, maybe under pressure. Wasn't ready to deal with it as he tries to get it back to his goalkeeper, but that's lackluster. Too little power on it. Subject and Jace do manage to marshal this, but it's a wide open net. If they could go for the shot, open, but it's not enough. Silent God can't collect the pass across from the left. Going to send it to the backboard, and they miss a golden opportunity to get that 2-goal lead. But they still have possession at the midfield line, over across again to Slick, looking for this guy all the time. Every single opportunity they can is clearly deadly in front of net, and they're just trying to exploit that as much as they can. Jace able to get this back to his goalkeeper, send it right down the middle, finds the open man. Never mind, Obelisk does read it well enough. Slick going to be in a good position to find Silent God back down the middle. They're going to try and play this 1-2, I imagine, unless they pull up a fullback. Chef Savage is open on the left, but Silent God opting to go for the dribbling. Does manage to get away with it. The slide tackle wasn't enough. Hermes gets in front of the ball. It's exactly what they need to be doing, cutting off that passing option, scouring that lane, making sure they have nothing on the offensive side, but it's just not going to help them. Possession is in 5 Gents' hands, and it's 20 seconds left. They have to get the ball as they do manage to do so. Maybe a bad decision from Slick here to give it up with so little time left on the clock. It's going to give them an opportunity. Hermes gets chased down, but it's just going to be kicked across to Juicinator, across to the wing. He can get there in time. Obelisk does what he does best, stops that opportunity from flourishing, but it's going to go forward with 2 seconds left on the clock. They managed to sneak through the midfield. That man was wide open. It's D's once again with the hat trick, and what a time to get it, as it's a deflection off of a defender. The goalkeeper was completely out of position, and they have managed to equalize this late. What an incredible chance.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. 5 Gents just falling apart right at the end there.
First overtime, I believe, of
yeah, I'm not
at least on
complaining.
stream.
We've got more rematch.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation, of course, as people should know from Rocket League if they've played it. Overtime goes on forever, as it does in Rematch. As Slick looking to find this off the backboard, dribbles it twice in the air, pings off the crossbar, unable to find that golden goal. They still have so much threat coming out here. Subject doesn't really know what to do, as it's going to go across to Slick once again. Dives early, assuming the shot's going to come in, but the defense does well. Silent goal with another chance. Gets tackled off of it. Jace does well as well. They're managing to marshal the defense just enough to give them an opportunity. Sends it all the way down to the box, but this time Squid is able to deal with the long bomb, and they managed to hold on to it. Oh, a wayward pass from Slick means it's so easy for D's to take a shot, but it's high and wide. Squid just about deals with it. An exciting overtime here in the first game of this series. I don't know who expected this, but well, money's on you.
Yeah, and I think the Bellspielers will do well to lock up Slick. He's been so dominant in the upfield this whole game. But that being said, he's sort of open now. Ready to pounce.
He's trying his best to get through. It's a solid brick wall. Hermes been doing well. Oh, over the top. Slick was desperate to get that one on his head, but unable to do so now. Going to try and recycle this ball across to Chef Savage to the fullback. Silent God not in place. Picked up by Obelisk all the way back. He's going to take a long shot, but goalkeeper deals with it well. And now a chance going forward. This is the risk you take coming across that far, the centre backs or the full backs or whatever the positional sense that you want to call it, the defenders, if they go forward, they have to get back, and counters can happen instantaneously. So if you're going to take your shot, you got to make sure it hits, or at the very least gets to another player, or your fellow defender manages to fill in the space. But they're trying to get a bit more aggressive now, try and put 3 people over the halfway line and force the issue on the offensive side, but it's not quite working out.
Yeah, I see both teams are playing not so passively, but they're very cautious not to make mistakes in this overtime.
Savage just about deals with another opportunity from Hermes. Silent God and Slick linking up once again. Wayward pass, easy enough for Juicinator to stroll his way up the field and actually fakes out the touch. I'm not sure if that was intentional, if he'd managed to prime him into thinking that was going to be over the top, but it made Savage go diving all the way forward as D's to the backboard. Oh my goodness, Squid just about manages to find his feet and get this one away. Finds his man open on the right wing as well. Going to take a shot or take the pass. It's going to be a 2-play opportunity off of both sides of the net. Couldn't quite find the middle, and they could not find the overtime winner either. So many opportunities gone begging here. Another one could be coming out, but Subject not wanting to leave his defender in such an awkward position there, manages to come out and grab it. Sends it all the way down to his opposite number. Squid, that's a little risky sending it to the midfield when you're not back on your line, but they seem to get away with it. Savage picks up the ball for Silent Goal once again. They're just going to try and throw it over the top. Route 1 stuff. Huff it up to the big man. Not going to work with the defense that the Ballspielers have managed to bring out here. Slick is found in the midfield. Maybe taking one more extra touch than he needed. Could have just hit that first time. He's accurate enough. He's proved it. Jace deals with the threat from the right hand side. Hermes, nice dribbling, picks this up, has 2 options across to his right. Deez is marked by 2 defenders. Savage all the way at the back post. Not sure why he's zone marking there, but they managed to deal with it before it even became a threat. Chef Savage goes sprinting down the left wing, bounding across. Obelisk out of position here, is going to take a shot, but it's easy enough to deal with. These all the way back, in fact. A striker having to come back and defend as we're going into our 3rd game now of this overtime, of this first game. But now it's all over as Deez with his 4th finish of the game. And it's a little bit deja vu, I've got to be honest, Voodoo. All the way from the midfield again. This time it's Hermes, and the defender just has to deal with that.
Yeah, they've been so good at that all game long. I think that's... Yeah, it's what they need to sort of focus on going forward. I just feel like the goalkeeping play from 5 Gents could step up a bit. Yeah, hopefully he can make some more saves in the next game, because the shots aren't particularly lethal, but they're just getting let in. So I'd love to see him tighten up on that.
Let's play devil's advocate, goalkeeper main. It is very, very difficult to judge based on the fact that you have to be reactionary. You have to wait as long as you possibly can to make a decision, because there is so much trickery. There is so much mystery about how an attacker is actually going to play the game, because they can either go for the first time shot. If you're not quite ready for it, you're going to be too slow to the ball. They can try and air dribble it. They can try and flick it around the defenders and or send it to the backboard. For example, we saw a lot of that from Slick and Silent God on that side of the field, and I believe it Subject managed to deal with it eventually, but early on it can be very hard to read, and you sort of prime the goalkeeper into thinking you're doing that and then don't do it. That is when it becomes very, very difficult. And as we clearly saw, it was 3-3 when overtime started. So the goalkeeping wasn't necessarily the highlight of that series, of that first game in this series, as we tried to get this lobby up and running for the second game, because of course we had that long overtime. We've been here a while now, even though it is best of 3, and I'm expecting just more of the same, to be honest. That both sides seem to match each other in a lot of aspects. We saw generally more offense from 5 Gents. We saw Ballspielers just sending it over the top. D's managing to get the priority, win most of the aerial battles against Chef Savage, and unfortunately for Squid, just couldn't deal with enough of them in the end. but it was certainly an entertaining match, much more high scoring than what we've already seen on stream so far. At least in terms of the parity that both teams had. They both had a lot of chances and finished a lot of them. So I'm hoping to see more of the same. Maybe a little bit more in terms of individual performance. We saw a lot of team play, of course, with the passing, Slick and Silent God, especially. But for the Ballspieler's sake, I mean, obviously they ended up winning it there, but they didn't quite have as much fluidity in offense. They were heavily reliant on Ds, and I think if 5Gent's defense could step up and start cutting that out at the source, they're going to have a lot of trouble in the second game.
No, absolutely. I think defense is so key in this game. As soon as you let a man through, it could be all over. So if both teams can tighten that up, they'll have a lot more success.
Being able to rely on the goalkeeper is huge. It's the last man, and if he makes the mistake, it is more often than not going to be a goal. We saw a lot of opportunities that didn't quite come through for the Ballspielers when Squid made a mistake and fortunately got away with it. And a couple times you have to ride your luck a lot as that last man, but you've got to be able to rely on your defenders as well to cut out a lot of the clearer opportunities, a lot of the more deadly ones, especially down the middle. It's always the hardest to deal with the ones down the middle because it's a 1 in 3 chance essentially. You get shot straight at you, to your left or to your right. You've just got to guess a lot of the time, and thankfully for them, they guessed enough of the time to win that overtime. But it's just going to be more of the same, in my opinion, from 5Gents. The front two strikers, Slick and Silent God, linking up consistently, doing very well in that regard. Whether or not they switch things up, try a different formation, they felt hard done by the fact that they lost that long overtime. They had some chances that they missed that they really shouldn't have. They hit the backboard twice when it was pretty much a wide open net. But these things happen. Your mechanics aren't quite as tight as you'd like them to be sometimes, and that's just the way it goes. So we'll have to see how they adjust and try and fight back, because it is match point for the Ballspielers, and I'm hoping for their sake that they manage to, at the very least, get some more goals on the board.
Absolutely. I'm hoping we do see some more mind games come into play. I think that's always fun for the audience to see. Just absolutely sending someone.
Deception is a lot of the time the most entertaining part of this game. I think we saw one of those. I think it was, whether or not it was intentional, Chef Savage got sent by, I think it was Hermes. Whether or not that was a mistake from Hermes, it ended up working out extremely well for them going forward, calling the defender forward and making him jump. And I'm hoping to see more of that, more dribbling, more trickery, more technical aspect to this game. As shallow as it is right now, it's going to expand, it's going to get better. And I'm hoping to see more of it going forward. As we see D's here, trying to get this across to Juicinator, managed to get the tackle. Hermes is there, keeper comes out, he gets beaten. Can someone find a way through? No, dealt with by the defense. Silent God gets his head on it. On the defensive end, as we're not used to seeing him doing, but he had to there. So a great play by him. Back across the field, D's picks this up. He's got Hermes on his left, opts to go back to the goalkeeper. Finds Hermes, picks him out. It's all the way down the middle, but it's a loose touch, and Squid pounces on it. Thankful that was not an early shot. I don't think he'd have been quite ready for it. Now back to the keeper. Going to pull out the offender as well, Obelisk. With all the time in the world on this right wing to try and find his man. Sends it along the forward to Silent God. Early shot, edge of the box. Easy enough for Subject to deal with. He's a good enough goalkeeper to stop those kind of attempts. Hermes, all the way down the field. They're looking for it again. Cannot connect with these on the end of that. Trying to work that number 9 role so desperately, and the defender wasn't ready for it, so it might have worked out should they have actually found each other, but Squid is having to do a lot of work to get rid of him.
Yeah, and I can see there's a lot of early aggression for both teams, both trying to leave their mark and get that first goal underway. It's fantastic to see.
Sent by Slick to try and get the ball off Jace. Does get picked up by his defender, Chef Savage, to the right side, but they opt to go for the safe option. Hermes back to his goalkeeper now down the field again. Starting to get a little bit easy to read. Obelisk is just going to man mark for his life. He's going to be a second skin to that striker. He's not going to let him go anywhere. Because he is the danger man. He is the threat all the way down the field. They are playing 3 at the back, essentially. And just hoping to try and get a quick, cheeky shot off with these. Allow him to pick up the ball. He does catch it here. Looking to find his man on the left wing. Hermes does well to keep possession. He's accosted by 2 defenders. Sends it through the midfield into the box. And the goalkeeper does well to deal with it.
Yeah, and the ballspelers are going for their bread and butter. Their outfield passes to the mid for those easy header shots.
It can be effective, but it's extremely telegraphed. It's obvious it's going to happen. So if you keep a weather eye on that striker all the time, and I assume Squid is definitely doing that. He knows Deez is the only one essentially that's going to be taking shots. For the Ballspielers, there's an attempt here between Silent God and Slick. I don't think he meant to put that to the backboard, unless he just lost control of it. Obviously trying to pull the goalkeeper out, make him dive early so it's an open net, but they lose the chance. And it's a far cry from the opening game. We haven't seen a single goal in the first almost 3 minutes of this one. It's one across the Slick. He does have the option to the left, opts to dribble. Bad decision making, easy enough for the defense to deal with it. Jace takes his time to try and pick out D's, but Wayward, again, some inconsistency creeping into this second game. It's surprising to see, considering how brilliant they were in the first. As brilliant is exactly what that save was from Squid. Ends up being a deflection all the way to his left side, which is always a bit tentative and terrifying for a goalkeeper when you don't catch the ball, but they managed to do well, keep them off their backs as Hermes keeps the pressure on. Chef Savage not able to deal with it, uses his extra effort to get back to it, but he still cannot quite corral it. It gets a perfect tackle there, and a crucial one to get it back to his goalkeeper. There's a 2-minute mark dawns. We see another opportunity down the field for 5 Gents, but both defenses massively stepped up in the second game.
Yeah, especially from 5 Gents. They are absolutely locking down the Ballspielers.
Wide open, 1v1. He misses off the right upright. That has to be on target. You cannot get a closer opportunity than that. Those come few and far between. Oh, so unfortunate for 5 Gents there. Golden chance. I mean, anybody, I keep alluding to it, that has played Rocket League knows an open net is the hardest thing in the world to shoot at. You think about it too much. The subject is in a woeful position here. Couldn't quite catch the ball quickly enough. Might have actually thrown the striker off in regards to where he thought that ball was going to go. So another chance missed as this was sent flying down the field to the right wing. Slick is opted to go back to his defender. Good decision making to find another man. Silent God is there, but took too much time. The defense were able to get back in position. Slick with the blade shot to the left side. A deceptive attempt there, but well played by the goalkeeper. Read it diligently and keeps this one equal. Brilliant step up by both defenses here.
I'll tell you, Victor, the blade shot has been very underutilized so far. And you'd like to imagine that they'd like to get that play out more often. For the rest of this game.
It's the nature of whether or not you've got the space to do it and the risk of losing possession, but as you see another one all the way down the field, not quite corralled by Slick, not what they're quite used to. This style of play, just huffing it down the field. The Silent God and Slick have been connecting with one another so well throughout this series. It's sort of cooled off as we've gone into this second one, as these with another attempt dealt with by the defense once more. Both sides being apprehensive, pulling back. It makes sense for 5 Gents. They're on their tournament, their upper bracket life right now. And we're definitely going to see an overtime in this second game, but it could be ended rather quickly should Deez collect that ball, manage to get it back to his goalkeeper. This one, Silent God off the backboard. That's going to be awkward to deal with, but they do manage to get it to the side wall. Slick in position to collect it. Looking for his midfield man. Not going to quite work. Obelisk does prevent the quick counter-attack, however. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised the way that this game has gone. It was all about offense in the opener, but now it's all about denial and just keeping it close, keeping it tight. A lot more passive and a lot more safe in a lot of ways.
I feel like both teams are sort of waiting for the other to make a mistake for themselves to capitalize on that. But both teams are holding up very well in defense.
You'll see that spine, 2 back defenders, a 2-1-1 essentially for the Ballspielers. Hermes sort of got that drifting pivot in the midfield when he needs to. He cuts to the wings, always trying to find D's and get one of those shots off that worked so well for them in the first game, and completely shut out in that regard, as Squid having to deal with this shot from his front man, not quite ready for it, but they do deal with it in time. Obelisk beats his striker partner across from that. Slick does get the ball across, and that was close, but it's straight down the throat of Subject. Easy enough to deal with it. Now Juicinator through the middle. Hermes open on the left. He manages to find him. This is a golden opportunity to end this overtime. Pings it to the top left, and Squid keeps his cool. Gets that one off the line and keeps this overtime in full swing. A board attempt. No one in position to get to it. Silent God is going to be tackled for his time on the ball. Jason's not going to have much speed here going down the wing. His stamina is completely empty, but it also means he's dragging the defenders away. Slick across the middle of the box. Never do that. That is so dangerous. You have to play off the backboard to your goalkeeper. Otherwise, they're going to start screaming at you. As this one across, Slick managed to find the ball. There's 3 defenders. He's got to look to the back post. Chef Savage is all alone, but he's going to have to dribble this through one. Managed to catch him off twice. Gonna find the man at the back post. Shot across, a block from Hermes. As this one's put back through the midfield. Two players on the same position going for the same ball. Never something you want to see. You've got to spread out a bit more. Silent God with the rainbow flick. Managed to get across and through off target. Chef Savage is there, but so is Subject. As the goalkeeper remains stalwart, tries to find his man down the field, and now a quick counter-attack opportunity will be dealt with by Obelisk. But no, never mind, it's going to be dangerous. The Silent God comes all the way back to deal with it. Great defending, and now it's just back and forth, counter-attack after counter-attack. It's a tennis rally, Voodoo.
Yeah, I was going to say ping pong. It's just back and forth. It's quite crazy to see that these keepers have really stepped up their game, not allowing any shots through. It's an absolute nail biter.
Something I've noticed a lot more as this one goes off the bat ball. Slick is there. They managed to get it through. The defense cannot rally in time to prevent the opportunity off the 9-yard penalty spot. They managed to get a shot away and finish this one off. Great play by Five Gents to find that little bit of space, that couple inches that was necessary, and he made the defender look silly a lot in this game, and then made the goalkeeper look silly for diving too early, and managed to finish that one off. But before I was cut off rudely by that overtime winner for the second game and the continuation of this series, throughout a lot of that, especially towards the end, it seemed like Five Gents were beginning to get a lot more loose with their formation. Silent God especially was dropping back a lot more, and I'm curious to know whether or not that was intentional, like if they're trying to switch up positions to throw off the defense, or if they're just trying to be more fluid in general to make it less obvious as to what each player is going to do, because you start to get a feeling of what your opponents are doing and what they're trying to do throughout the game. If they're static, if they keep doing the same thing, it can be easy to read. But of course, for Five Gents' sake, it managed to work out in their favor as close as it ended up being. I'm surprised that it ended that way, because there was so much great defensive displays from the Ballspielers. But thankfully, they managed to keep this going, keep this series on the edge of competitive nature, and I love it. I love that it's going this far already. We're not seeing just complete upsets, and I believe the first best of 3 game in the tournament so far.
Yeah, I think that is the first, at least on stream, and I think we're all here for the drama.
As Jace hops to go back to his goalie. I've seen a lot in the competitive meta where one of the offenders, one of the strikers, goes to block the back pass. He goes to cut off the goalkeeper option. And that can be difficult to deal with if you're not aware of it, if you're not expecting it. Slick beats his man outright, manages to pull back. He's forced to pull back, in fact, does it again. Absolutely making a fool out of Jace here. Keeps possession as well, goes for the early shot, and that would have been in had he managed to find the target. Subject was not sighted for that whatsoever. Great play by Slick down the left wing. I personally would opt for a pass in field after going for that, but he had the confidence, he had the belief in himself, and unfortunately, it didn't quite come off. As we see another tackle from Silent God back to his defender. Not quite able to find each other going forward, however. Rainbow Flick across to the side. He's got the option. He could go for the early shot. I think was attempting a blade shot there, but he lost it in the end. Slick having to pull back to the edge of the goal and going for that blade shot. Picks out the far left corner. And an exceptional finish and well deserved from the gameplay that he's shown so far.
Yeah, I absolutely love to see this. Slick's put on such a performance already in this game. Dribbling defenders, sending them to the shops. Glad to see he can finally finish off a shot.
To some degree, I think you mentioned it in the second game. We hadn't seen that many blade shots come out. It had been an underutilized mechanic in a lot of ways. And I'm wondering if that was intentional, if that was something they had in the back pocket and were like, okay, let's not do it too often too early because they'll get used to it. They'll start to expect it. Do it when it's most difficult to determine, when they're not expecting us to do it. And I think if that was intentional, it's worked out brilliantly as
and I think
looking for a
Rematch
man that's not there.
It's all about the mind games, really. So, as you say, faking out that you're going to do it often or not, saving it for later. I think it's fantastic game management by these players.
Slick with some nice ball control there, gets the early touch, opts to flick it off to his right and then go for the shot instead of taking it first time when the goalkeeper's ready, but he was able to stop it anyway, as Five Gents reliant on their star striker to get these goals away. Opts to go for the assist there, however. Chef Savage straight down the middle, not able to find the back of the net. Not sure his subject would have been in position to deal with it. But still only a 1-goal game as the 3-minute mark hits. Subject comes all the way off his goal line to try and find Dees, but he's too close to the net, could not get the shot down. And that would have been the equaliser and an opportunity to bring themselves back into this game as Slick, with the overhead volley, unable to find the back of the net once more as Dees trying to link up with Hermes. Are they going for a more team play oriented attempt here as a 1-2-3 finds its way into such a threatening position, but straight down the middle, straight down the barrel. And, well, Squid somehow kept his composure there, as I honestly think I would have dove to the right to try and deal with it as another crossbar hit comes off. And they can't quite get that second goal yet, but they're trying their damnedest.
Yeah, and the passing play that Die Ballspieler has just pulled off is also a very underutilized thing in this tournament so far, and it can confuse the goalkeeper, and leave him open to a shot. So, yeah, he did well by saving that.
It's the same thing I say about any sport where, well, especially in esports, of course, where mechanics are static and they're designed. The ball can go so much faster than any individual player, and if you're dragging the keeper's view left to right constantly, they're disoriented. They can't exactly know what's going to happen, and so you lower their chances of stopping the shot so dramatically when you go for that kind of play. And defenders are dragged around constantly as well, so if you've got that precision and you've got that space to make it work, passing plays are exceptionally dangerous. And I'm glad to see it happening a lot more for De Ballspieler's sake, because for the most part they've just been relying on D's, and clearly that hasn't worked in the back half of this series, so they're having to adapt, change things up. Slick off the sidewall there. That's a rare decision to make. We don't actually see the walls utilized all that off of the backboard quite a bit, sure, but for passing's sake, that's something that you don't see every day. Hermes does exceptionally well to get past two defenders. Doesn't quite work out with the pass, however. Obelisk going to send this along down the wing to Slick. Going to try and find his man, Silent God, in the box. Going to take a shot. Wayward, way too wide. The subject can easily go and collect this on the edge of the box. Find his striker going forward. Jace is sprinting down the midfield, screaming for it. Trying to get a shot away. Is he going to finish it or go for a pass? He's going to send it high to the backboard. Dees runs too far ahead of it. And to be honest, Five-Jets kind of got away with that. A quick counter-attack of their own is developing. A Silent God waiting in the wings for this. Chef Savage will be blocked by Hermes off the first attempt. 15 seconds left. Possession is definitely something that Five-Jets want to hold on to here, because if they can, then there's just no opportunity for the Ballspiel as the shot comes through. Subject will catch the ball with 5 seconds left. Probably just going to opt to take this himself and go for a last-ditch effort down to D's. They're going to try it once again, but it's straight at the number one. and a series lost off of a lackluster performance in offense in the back half of this series. So unfortunate for the Ballspielers, but excellent performance from Five Gents to adapt and to perform in such a way that maybe they weren't comfortable with. They changed things up and it worked wonders. Only 1-goal lead, but that's all you need.
Yeah, that was a brilliant series to watch. So much back and forth, really, really tight. I'm looking forward to watching some more, if I'm honest.
So am I. There have been some exceptional games going on throughout the tournament. One that we haven't seen, Bro versus Super Strikers. Can you guess which way that one went, Voodoo?
Bro, all day.
Absolutely wrong on all counts. Super Strikers 2-0, Bro, moving on to the winners bracket round 3 to await the Five Gents. And that's surprising, to be honest. We've seen the way that they played well in that we saw the first game on stream between Bro and 7 Not So Deadly Sins. That was a 2-0 sweep for them. And they had complete control in a lot of aspects of that game. So I am very excited to see what Super Strikers are like if they were able to deal with them, and an update on the rest of the bracket as well. The lower bracket round 1, first match has been played. Five Gents Team B versus 7 Not So Deadly Sins, 2-1 as well. They are out. 7 Not So Deadly Sins get 2-rounded. Unfortunate for them, but that's just the way it goes in a competitive game. You've got to perform on the day. And Five Gents Team B move up to lower bracket round 2. I'm not sure if they'll be meeting the Ballspielers there or if they're down to the to meet Bro. But it should be an exciting series either way. And I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
I have also just seen that Unity have upset Egoists. Also, one of the favorites to win the tournament are now completely out. So that must bruise their egos.
You never know what can happen. On game day, anything can change. And unexpected results and situations can arise, especially in such a new esports as this. To be honest, rankings are just essentially useless. It's not easy to tell exactly how well people are going to perform because no one's performing all that well right now. It's complete chaos. It's the Wild West. And it certainly makes for some exciting rematch gameplay. But that's going to be it for that series. We're going to take a short break before we move on to the next one. It's been a pleasure casting alongside you, Voodoo. And and I can't wait to do more.
Searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. To the sky, tell our secrets to the night.
fall over my heart. I black out the moon. I wait for you to come around. You got me dancing in the dark. I've closed my eyes, but I won't sleep tonight. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. In a nocturnal state of mind, children of the night, but it's the only way of life. It's black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. Baby, you should come with me. Me and you and me. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh as fuck, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't stay step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say, fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one motherfucker doing shit like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, fuck eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the shit topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't fucking bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say, fuck 'em, I ain't
And we are back, and we have seen some results so far. Now, Voodoo, you are joining us once again for the next game, and there were some definitive results. Chat, I'm not sure if you've been following the drama, but Prod, can we get the bracket up just so we can have a look at this quickly? I think this deserves a better explanation. So, there's been a little bit of beef between Super Strikers and Egoists, right? And it was termed, Voodoo, I'm not sure if you're aware, it has been termed El Trashico, because they've been trash-talking each other for the duration of this event, each of them claiming that they would take the crown. We said in the beginning that it was a friendly match. We said in the beginning that it is what it is, but it was Super Strikers who are now coming up into this upper final, and Egoists, I'm not sure if you can see, they lost in the opening round against the Ballspelers, and then in lower bracket round 1, they went down to Unity Esports. So 2-1, it means Egoists are out and Super Strikers are in. So thank you there, production. It is now Super Strikers 5 Gents and 2 lower bracket games, the Ballspelers versus 5 Gents and Unity Esports versus Bro. So Voodoo, I know that you have got a little bit of vested interest in Unity Esports. For those of us who do not know, tell us what you do.
Yeah, so I mean, I run Unity Esports. We got Bromir running Bro, so that's sort of like a little head-to-head in the lower bracket going on. So it'd be nice to see. I would have loved to see a grand final between the two, but we're just gonna have to settle for one of them.
Well, you know what? We take what we can get. We take what we can get. But in the meantime, it looks like the lobbies are set up. It is the home side, which is Super Strikers, versus the away side, which is confirmed for me. Voodoo, who are they? It is
I
5
think
Gents.
In white, we have 5 Gents, yeah.
All right. So in white, it is 5 Gents. In blue, it is Super Strikers. And that is going to be a hot game so far, as looks like 5 Gents have an AFK member. He's either playing AFK or he's actually AFK. He was playing, guys. Don't worry, he was playing. And very, very aggressive start from 5 Gents as Silent God in the corner. He's going to put it through. He sees Slick in the middle, who's been dangerous so far. Couldn't get the touch, though. And now, Voodoo, you saw the game prior with 5 Gents. Who do we need to watch out for?
Yeah, so I mean, there's going to be a lot of feeding the ball to Slick. He's sort of their super striker, if you're so inclined.
Ooh.
And there you go. he's
Just
very
like that,
aggressive. So yeah, they'll do well to try to lock him up. But I feel like there's going to be this game's going to be a lot slower paced, more tactical. Gaming your opponent, getting out those passes. So we'll see more of that progress.
Well, we're seeing that now. We heard it from Voodoo. He's calling this slow and tactical. And right now, we're seeing a missed tackle there. It is Raji putting it through. He gets possession again. He flicks it, but Mufasa looks like he is AFK, and I'm not sure what's happening there, but that was an opportunity. Bruce now trying to get the pass through, but passes it straight to Chef Savage, and that's no way to set up an attack, Bruce. As right now he's put back onto the defense. Raji is the only one man back, but Bruce getting that tackle. They're double teaming Silent God here now. They're serious about that defensive work, and Bruce obviously heard my insults. So Easy Mufasa now. He's taking it through to the corner. Obelisk in defense, though, misses the tackle. It's now a 2-on-1 and passed into the goal. Easy Mufasa has scored the opener now. And Super Strikers are off the mark. They're off the bat, and very impressive, Voodoo.
Yeah, fantastic play, you know, sort of having one up, sort of drawing out the defenders, a little bit of cheeky gameplay. So, yeah, fantastic by Mufasa, who tried to use the AFK strat earlier, which didn't go quite to plan earlier.
I feel like that was a double AFK strat. It's like, I will see your AFK strat, Slick, and I will counter with my own. And right now, Easy Mufasa in the middle again, trying to get the touch, but Silent God now in the midfield, passes off to Slick, but it's been interception after interception. Step there by Easy Mufasa. He's going to try and get there, forces Obelisk onto the back foot. And it's been some staunch defensive work here as they're trying to cut out these crosses deep into the box. You know, early in the meta, Voodoo, we saw a lot of backboard passes, but I feel like what happens right now is you're seeing shots coming directly through into the box, landing just short of the keeper, and I feel like that's the dangerous spot.
Oh, absolutely. And as the players get more comfortable with their mechanics, you know, they'll get more accurate with those passes, and you don't have to rely on that backboard so much.
Ooh, Obelisk now trying to launch an attack. Slick up front, finds him, but Slick with the pass through to Silent God. Silent God's going to ping it back to Slick, hits the backboard, and there we go. Slick has got the equalizer. 4-5 gents, and they are back in the game. And it has been a slow start so far. It has been one of those things where we've seen both teams trying to grapple with a bit of ascendancy. They're trying to play a quick, slick game. And I know, Voodoo, you said they were trying to take it measured, but we've seen a lot of bombs mid, and that speaks of recklessness.
Yeah, they're continuing to prove me wrong. Just as I said, they don't have to rely on the backboard. Slick gets a fantastic backboard pass to himself and finishes it off. So watch them prove me wrong once again.
Well, wrong or right, it doesn't matter. We're watching some rematch now as Easy Mufasa gets the possession back. Tries to set up slowly, passes off to Raiji. Raiji back passing to the keeper, and they're going to set up for an attack. You see that they've got two men deep, very, very deep. And that speaks of an attack that's trying to stretch the defense before it scores one in, as Easy Mufasa couldn't get to the touch there, which would have been an almost certain goal, as 5 gents are looking a little bit stretched on defense, and Squid Cools, who's been making some amazing saves so far, continues to put in another shift for the 5 gents side.
Yeah, Squid has really stepped up his gameplay of the past few games, and he's very warm coming straight off their victory moments ago.
Well, I feel like Squid is no longer playing games, Squid Games, if you will. Sorry, that's such a trash joke. I don't know why I said that. But right now, Slick passing off to Silent Gods. There's 50 seconds left on the clock, and if they don't want to see some overtime, they're going to score now and put up against the backboard. Slick going for his signature header shot against the backboard, and then header back into the goal. And I feel like if I was a Super Strikers teammate, I would be watching out for those, because he is very comfortable doing them, Voodoo.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said earlier, locking down Slick is going to be a priority for them. He's so comfortable upfield. Such a threat,
there we
as you
go.
can see there.
And as you mention him, Voodoo, as you mention him, Slick puts another one back with a very slick header. Crossed in there, Silent God knowing that he has a mate there, and it was a 2-on-1 defense, so it should have been knocked out. And I feel like that's something that as a player you've recognized is very difficult to stop. As talking about difficult to stop, a blade shot there coming in, but might not be doing the trick. One last attack here for the Super Strikers, and puts the shot in, put away, and this might be it. And it looks like it, as Squid rushes out of the box to say, hey, this game is over.
Yeah, and 5 Gents take game 1 of the El Trashico in a quick 1-2.
It is. So no, it can't be El Trashco, because egoists were the ones calling Super Strikers out. But if neither of these guys make it to the final, Voodoo, we've got some explaining to do on behalf of both of those teams, because both of them said they'd win it, and if neither of them make it, well, then there are some issues. So Super Strikers are still in it to win it. This is the upper bracket final, which means that even if Super Strikers lose now, they are only down to the lower bracket final, where they stand a chance to go through to the final once again. So we see that everybody's in lobby now. It is working pretty well, and blue side is Super Strikers, red side is 5 Gents, and we're in now for game number 2 of this upper final, and shot coming early, forcing 5 Gents into a save, but Squid looking so cool. Oh, shot coming in there, and there we go. Surf, straight off the bat. It has been Easy Mufasa the entire time, but it is Surf now putting into the back of the net. It was Easy Mufasa with the cross there, pinpoint, if you will, and Squid not being able to get there. And what a difficult shot to save those post shots are.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic pass coming from Easy Mufasa. Absolutely pinpoint. Love to see these attacking plays.
Oh, now Easy Mufasa trying to get the shot off there early. Obelisk very comfortable dragging it back into his own box. I'm sure Squid wasn't very happy about that. But now Jeff Savage not being able to get the touch. Surf now buoyed by the fact that he's got a goal under his belt. And quickly, Slick now very open. He's going to put a pass through, but blocked off there by Raji, seeing the danger and just snuffing it out as soon as possible, as Bruce, under a little bit of pressure here, makes the clear. And Voodoo, this is a confident team on both ends.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams have talked a lot of trash on... Oh, that was a very close shot from Bruce. Unfortunately, not quite making the back of the net.
Well, like you said, there's been a lot of trash talk here. As another back shot, and Silent God completely missing the mark there. And it happens to be that sometimes it be that way. And unfortunately not getting the shot in. And Silent God is going to rue that missed opportunity, because they don't come about often. But talking about it, Slick now with some skills, passes off to Silent God, heads it back to Slick, and that had goal written all over it. So Baby now with the clear, passing it off to Easy Mufasa. Obelisk under pressure, puts it up against the backboard. Surf's going to win it, but Obelisk competing in the corner, passes it down to Raji, but intercepted by Silent Garden. That's a tussle for possession right now, because everybody knows this is knockout rematch. And Slick, ever so silky on attack. He loves his dribbles, but unfortunately met his match in defense with Bruce, forcing himself upon that possession. Now, Obelisk is going to try and launch an attack here. You're going to see a box formation rather than a 3-1, and that speaks of a lot more conservative. It speaks that you respect the attack of these Super Strikers, and I think that's fair, Voodoo, don't you think?
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot to offer on offense, so, you know, respecting that is probably the key to, you know, sort of locking them down.
And you'll often see on attack, you'll see 3 on attack, 1 back on defense, so a 3-1, if you will, a 3-1-1. And I feel like a lot more standard is this 2-2-1, where you see 2 strikers up front and then 2 midfielders. You can see the box pretty clearly here as they try and launch the attack. But what it does mean is that Obelisk and Chef Savage at the back are able to make sure that there aren't any counters. And as we say that, Silent God getting the pass across, I feel like he was a lot more fancy than he needed to be there, because that was a pass, I think it was back left. And you see Slick now putting the pass across. I know that was justified, but wow, what a goal it was.
Just a bit of style points. We love to see that.
He gets the style points there. He's going for the clips. He's going for the glory. And why not? We are in semi-finals right now. This is the upper final. And right now, scores a tie. And, well, with Super Strikers down 1, they'll be looking to make it up now, because this 5 Gents side has been looking imperious so far, as Slick now gets a little bit of a bit of space to work on. Chef Savage's open. He'll find the pass through. You're going to see a shot come off, and Baby forced into the save.
Yeah, you can't help but wonder if they wanted to make a pass there instead. I see a lot of like random shots come out. I think if they want to close out this game, they need to have a more structured gameplay, just like that.
Oh, shot coming in here. Chef Savage putting the head across, and they're doing everything they can to bomb a pass through to the middle where Slick is. You feel like he's crucial to their attack. And right now, Obelisk playing games on defense, dribbles his own goalkeeper, and that could have been disastrous, as Slick now on the counter beats Raji, takes the shot, hits the backboard, and he's going to take a shot across here, hits there, and it is Silent God who finishes it off. It was like Slick was playing with his food, Voodoo.
Absolutely, this is his bread and butter. Yeah, and there we go. We have 5 Gents in the... Oh, sorry, I thought that was game over. I thought 5 Gents had made it through. That's on me.
No, not over at all. But speaking of game over, the Ballspelers are furious. They won by Mercy Rule twice, and they were playing against the 5 Gents B side. And talking about Mercy Rule, bro, unfortunately, Voodoo, they took out Unity, also 5-1. 4-0. So you're going to see in your lower bracket final, whoever loses here takes on Bro. So, ooh, rough going indeed.
Yeah. Well done to Bro on that. Good to see them pulling through.
Yeah, no, we're not going to force you into commiserations just yet. There is still a match on the go, as Obelisk now plays off to Silent God. They've got 20 seconds left, and they've got possession. And they are looking red hot now as they're trying to end up this game 2-game victors. So now with 2 goals in their pockets, with a 1-goal lead, it is a last attempt trying to find Easy Mufasa in the goal line, and it is Slick closing it out for this 5 Gents side as they secure their way to the grand final. And it is Super Strikers who force their way through the lowers and now face against Bro in the lower final, which we will be showing shortly. But let's not go too far. It was Obelisk in the midfield claiming that MVP, Voodoo, and I'm not sure if there was any standout player. I know Slick has been really hot so far, but when everybody's passing you the ball, it's very difficult not to. So
yeah, Obelisk I think made it. Yeah, he made it easy for Slick to dominate up front. And I think that's just down to team play, down to chemistry, down to their practice together. I think both these teams have been together for since the game sort of launched, really. So they have been building that chemistry, and it's paying off now. I am just getting word that it is not Bro in the.
It is not
in the lower finals. It will be Unity.
Oh.
So I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news on that one.
I'm honestly devastated and happy for you at the same time. It's very difficult to explain how I feel about this. But it is the way it is, bro. You are chalked. You make my heart sad. You will not be getting bro merch anytime soon. But maybe Voodoo, if he makes his way through the lower finals where they're gonna come up against Super Strikers right now, that is going to be the next match that we witness. And Voodoo, I'm sure that this is going to be very unbiased commentary from you. So I think that's where we excuse you, Voodoo.
It's been fantastic to be a part of this broadcast. It is my first time, if nobody noticed. But
Man,
it's been
come on,
fantastic
don't
hanging
worry
out
about
here
it.
with you, Bromeo, and with Vector. I'm just happy to be here. Happy to see Rematch getting off the ground in SSA. And I wish all the players best of luck.
Yeah, man, and I'm so glad that we could mention that. This is the early days of Rematch, and if you're in stream right now, thank you for supporting Rematch. And if you want to see more of it, keep watching, because that's the only way we know whether this is something you guys want to see in future. So there is a lot of work being done in the background, and it all starts here with a couple of games being streamed. So for the players playing, it isn't for much right now, but who knows? This game has been out for a month and things are getting better. So just a quick shout out to our production man at the back, Dutch, who's been doing the spectator mode for this entire time. The controls are jank. It is what it is. But he's been spectacular at allowing us to follow the game. And let's not forget that there are admins hard at work at the back. Torbolt, Phantom, and a whole bunch of others doing the work to make sure that this tournament is being brought to you. So it is a small little army making sure that the small little broadcast reaches you, and hopefully it'll be bigger and better. But speaking of bigger and better, there is still a lower bracket final, semi-final number 2, and the grand final. So there are still 2 games to come, and you will be seated for them because they are going to be absolute bangers. We'll be back with you now.
I'm far from home, no place to go, but I don't feel cold. I've been so blind, just lost my mind. But all I have lost, I find your face reminds me of these games that memories don't erase. I'll never be the same anymore. I'm on the highest top with no control. And you done. I open my eyes, do you remember me? I carried on. Through all of these years, you've been my fantasy. I'm far from home, no place to go, but I don't feel cold. I've been so blind, just lost my mind. But all I have lost, I find your face reminds me of these games that memories don't erase. I'll never be the same anymore. I'm on the highest top with no control.
And we are back, and by we, I mean myself and Tor. I'll introduce him very shortly, but there has been a slight change in plan. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule on stream, so there is a game that I wanted to get streamed in the meantime. So, Prod, if we can throw up this bracket so we can explain it to you, we are going to be showing you right now Die Ballspelers versus Unity Esports, and that is lower bracket round 3. We will follow that up with the winner of this game versus Super Strikers, and there is much drama around there, but we'll cover that when we get there, because for right now, I've got myself Tor with me, and this is the man behind the scenes. This is the man setting things up, and for everybody at home who doesn't know him, Tor, now's your time.
Yeah, hey everyone. I'm just your average gamer. Picked up Rematch out of I know Slow Clap from Sifu, and got my butt handed in that game quite a lot.
Yeah.
So in this one, I've been doing pretty well, and yeah, Phantom and I, my partner in all of this, decided to get the community going after we heard the South African servers. So yeah, just your humble story, I guess.
Very humble indeed, and we're starting off here very, very humbly, and the stream has been fantastic so far. So chat, thank you so much for being here. I see there's a lot of Unity support in chat. We see you, and we're expecting some good things from your boys, because if not, we have the microphone and you don't. So sorry for you, Voodoo and crew. But it is almost time there. I need to make sure that I get myself into the game as well, because, you know, I need to view these things. But it looks like we're already underway. And straight off the bat, it is a cracker. Tor, hand off to you.
Yeah. So immediately we see. Wait, which side is which? Did we confirm that?
we can confirm that on the one side we have it is Unity Esports, which is in, I stand to be corrected, white.
It's white. Yes.
Yeah,
That's correct. I see Oja and Nate, two incredible frontliners. The strikers, I believe they swap between one playing wing and one playing striker, kind of a loose, which is quite an advantage thing. So I immediately have a goal.
Straight off the
That
bat,
is-
Dzax scores, and that is what you want to see, especially when you're forced into the lower bracket run. It is an early goal, and they will be happy about that. It is now Unity Esports, men in white. They're going to seek to respond as soon as possible, aggressively playing it forward through to Oja. Gets the blade shot in, but saved by Subject.
Incredible play. I think the Ball Spillers has come quite a long way. Definitely the underdog in this whole story, in my opinion. I've seen kind of the teams form up and everything, so yeah, quite proud of everyone playing here today.
I'm sure you are indeed, and as we're heading through, this is the game just before the lower bracket final, and man, oh man, things are heating up here. Blade shot again, but saved once more by Subject, who is putting in a shift right now. He's saved very, very certain attacks as Dzax now passes it through, tries to get it in, and oh, there we go, through there, but Mr. Potato himself makes that save.
I think both teams are going to have to get creative with how they want to score here. Both incredible keepers. I believe Potato is Unity's keeper.
Well, it could be indeed. Potato looks
Yes.
like he is holding the fort down there at the back, as he's going to be forced into defense once again. Hermes now maintaining possession, gets the pass across, and it is Dzax getting the thing, and off the bar that was. So it is so close right now. There's been attacks from both sides, and I feel like Unity are holding on for dear life right now.
Yeah, that was off by the slightest margin, a hairline, and that ball was in.
Man, so close. So right now it's being fed back through to the field, and I can't read that name as he's running, but I think we're going to call him Cormand, as he tried to get possession there but couldn't quite touch it. And once again, launching the attack through. And finding a spot in this defense is quite tough, but it is Naf who tried to get in, but Subject making sure nothing is getting past him today. Well, right now, Unity forced back into their own half. Naf finding, I think that is, oh yeah, 974, and
Yes.
he's going to get the pass across. Do we call him Naf or Nat or
It's Nate, I believe.
Nate? But with
Yes.
2 T's. And speaking
2
of,
Ts.
oh yeah, 974 being the dialing code of Reunion Island. He puts the first goal in for Unity, and now it is a tied game.
Yeah, gotta watch out for Oya. Quite consistent with his ball placement into the box, especially if he gets in front of the goalie. Quite a good clear there. Oh, spoke too soon. Immediately goes back to the. Oh, that was a close one.
Well, Potato making sure he gets the pass out. It is a header, but Subject is back in box. He's comfortable, and it looks like they're not going to be doing too much work on defense there. Subject being forced into so many defensive plays so far, but the Ballspieler is not looking terribly uncomfortable with this effort so far, as both teams not being able to assert their play style on this game. So Cormand in the corner, and they're playing a box formation as Irioth gets a pass off Nate's 29. Gonna take a shot now. He's trying to get the blade, fakes the blade, but dispossessed. Manages to regain it. It's not out there. Oya's in the middle. Cormand at the back. They're gonna play some... Wait. Almost there. They're playing some very tiki-taka football. They're playing possession-based football, and with 1 minute left on the clock, it needs to come now. Unity trying to get the shot across. Nats playing in, and now Hermes dispossesses him.
Quite a consistent back and forth here between the two teams, and a stunning strike there by Dzax.
Well, Dzax, yep, gets it, and with a minute left on the clock, this is where it matters. Remember, this is the lower bracket. The loser of this goes home, and we cannot do that hyped enough, as Nate's 29 gets the possession, tries to find Oya, finds him in the corner, gets the beat. Oya takes the shot, but it is Subject making yet another save. So, with 30 seconds left on the clock, they're going to throw hammer and tongue. Nats 29 getting past 1, gets past 2. Can he take the shot? Yes, he can.
Equalizer.
And he gets the equalizer. And Tor, how was that?
That was very unexpected. I'm quite a bottom ball there. I think the keeper was expecting that slide to make contact with the ball, and then for him to just dash to that ball. Keeper left standing frozen.
Well, standing frozen he was, as Irioth now getting touch after touch. Cormand getting possession. They're going to try and prevent an overtime here. Nats 29 in the middle, but forced off to Oya. 9-7-4, 2 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be forced into an overtime. Irioth at the back has options. He's going to pass. Doesn't find somebody. Went for the immediate aggressive shot. And you feel like there's a little bit of a swing in momentum here as Unity have found their confidence. Oh yeah, 974 passes off to Cormand. And again, back and forth right now. Irioth trying to maintain possession. They might have lost it. No, they didn't. Passing off. It is Irioth now not being able to find that touch. And Tor, this overtime, it's either going to go for long or it's going to go for short. How do you feel it's going?
Unity definitely had the momentum there at the start. We see this pass coming in. Oya trying to keep up their triangles, but 2 defenders are staying back, it seems. Or 3 defenders. Trying to keep equal with their attack coming on here. What can they do? All the way across to Oya. So close.
Subject forced into another save, and this is a resurgent Unity side. I know Voodoo's watching now, as he should be, as shot after shot after shot is now coming off the end of a Unity boot, as Nate's dispossessed in very close proximity to his own goal. Cormand now passes off, but
Keeper gonna
Subject's
get
going to
that.
be able to get a touch, yeah. He's got it clear, and there's open. It's open. He's
Opportunity.
going to take a
Oh.
shot, but unfortunately not quite there.
2 defenders on him there. Couldn't do much, unfortunately. Definitely going to need some backup there. Unity knows how to get into position as soon as an attack comes on. And there it is.
There it
Unity
is.
manages to steal that bottom corner.
Well, Tor, that was a game and a half. It started so confidently for the Ballspelers, but now we have ourselves a game on our hands because it is Unity who picks up the result. Irioth getting the MVP there, but wow, what a game it was.
What an incredible
Tor,
score.
yeah.
31 there immediately off the bat. First thing I noticed. Well deserved there. As you can see, the pass difference already speaking for itself. I would love to see a stat that shows shots on targets. Love to know how many shots Unity tried to take there compared to the Ballspelers.
Well, shots in general, or stats in general.
Yeah. I would love to know. It seems we are hopping straight back into the game.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, Rematch has been having a few bugs, but it is great to see starting off with the Ballspelers immediately. Great to see. What can they do here? Unity already lining up to secure to keep that defense up. Free defender. Oh wow! Keeper
Straight
probably
away.
didn't see that coming. Incredible 13-second goal.
And right off the bat, you can see it in the replay here now as Hermes takes the shot, top bins. How is that? I know Voodoo's in our chat busy correcting our pronunciation for all of these names that we are butchering, and thank you for that. But one thing you cannot say correctly is the Ballspelers are up 1-0, and Unity forced immediately onto the back foot, which does not bode well. So now Dylan Potato, he's gonna be forced into
Trying to get
defense
past
here.
the defender.
Yeah,
Oh,
can he do it? Shot coming early from Hermes.
incredible read from Hermes there.
So
Gotta
now,
be careful for those.
yeah, you got it. Now Jace got possession. He's taking the shot across, and it
There
is
it is, second
Zax
goal.
who gets the second goal. And what a response for the Ballspelers.
I wanted to mention that how it felt like in the first game the Ballspelers was kind of slacking on their aggressiveness attack at the start of the game. I mean, at the later end of the game, and now it's just a 180 completely with full force from their attack team.
Yeah, full force indeed, as right now it is 2 goals for the Ballspelers, and they're looking very comfortable. Hermes there being the instigator of most, but Jace making a deep run here, but forced back onto defense. It is Cormand forced there to make an early save, and it is Dylan Potato now.
Oh,
Playing a lot of
maybe a
games on his
mistake
line.
there. Yeah. Both teams back and forth. This is how you know you got a stalemate on your hands. But Unity definitely has to come through now. Get 2 goals to take it straight to the finals. 3 goals to take it straight to the finals.
Well, that is 2 goals to take it to overtime at the very least, and they've still got 4 minutes left on the clock, so there is still plenty of time. Dylan Potato banging it deep. I feel like all 4 of the Unity players were past the halfway line. They are playing very aggressively, and now Nats 29 takes the shot, but it is Subject so resolute on defense. He is the great wall right now. Nothing is getting past him. But speaking of getting past, Dzax immediately onto the offense, and he's been a live wire, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams have their great midfielders, instigators here. Homies on the ballspelers, and I think Koholman and Jace making some excellent plays.
Well, everybody making some fantastic plays so far. That's how they've made it so deep in this competition. But remember, this is knockout rematch right now. There are no second chances as Dzax now gets possession, gets the shot across. But it is Dylan Potato at the end of that, making sure nothing gets past him as Cormand tries to play through to Nats. Nats gets the pass through to Oya. And Iriot now getting the touch through. They're getting the attack set up. They're playing passes after passes right now as Nats dribbles the entire team, it seems, as he gets the pass across. But nobody there to receive. It is now Koman getting another one through. But Subject is going to catch that, and they're going to reset this attack.
All right, seeing some great plays, great passes. Passes still lacking on the ballspelers. A lot of misplaced passes that could definitely help improve. Mistake there by Potato, but they recover. Unity definitely having some great passes, great reads as well, except for that one, perhaps, as they lose possession and regain it.
Shots coming off there, like Command trying to get the touch there, but whiffs apps to nothing. It is Dzax on defense, which is very different to see there, as he's so usually between him and Hermes up front. And speaking of, Hermes getting the shot from wide, but Dylan Potato seeing it coming from at least 2 kilometers away. This has been some back and forth rematch so far, and Subject playing a game of his own in faking that one out, but dispossessed. Oh yeah, now gonna seek to the pass. Nat is open in the middle, couldn't get the pass, and Subject now gonna start.
All right, Unity has to try and come back from this. Very tough with a minute on the clock and needing to score 2 goals. The ballspelers might have this in the bag as they are kind of playing for time. Very, very popular strat to keep the ball in your own side, keep pushing it back to the keeper when the opportunity arises. But it seems like they are trying to go for a 3rd goal just to securely take the victory.
Well, they will do that nonetheless. They are aiming for that 3rd goal, as you said there. They are aiming to close this clock down, and the best way to do that is simply by scoring more goals than your opposition. Now, Jace playing the pass across. Dylan feeling uncomfortable, and Tor, that's the 3rd goal you were saying, and it is on the end of a Dzax shot. So they are playing. They are out for blood.
Incredible shot there. Pre-jump from the keeper. But what can you do? That will take us to a 3rd game.
Well, I mean, unless we see 3 goals scored in very, very little time indeed, and that is entirely possible. But for the sake of good rematch, this has been a fantastic response by the ballspelers. And that will take us to a game number 3, because there's nothing worse than a sweep, as Dzax now playing absolute games with his food as he scores yet another goal and forces the mercy rule before the time is up.
Incredible, trying to demoralize their team here, their opponents here. Hopefully Unity can keep united and stay strong. There you can see the stats again. Still passes are up on Unity. These scores don't always reflect the winners. I have seen games where like such a close game, such a close amount of points there, 22,000 and 19,000, and the score difference is 4-0. So it just goes to show tiny little mistakes pushing one team ahead of the other, as you would expect at a high level play. So yeah.
Oh, high level play indeed. And Unity and the Ballspelers are not playing games. It is 1 apiece right now, and we are underway on game number 3 of this best of 3. So this is the final 6 minutes. It is the last 6 minutes either of these outfits will have to prove themselves that they are worthy to head through to the second semi. So, homies, not getting it in, and Dylan Potato forced onto defense. It is Unity in red, and the Ballspiel is in blue for your cam. And that is the only thing that matters right now is Unity keeping possession, taking the shot through, and trying to force those early trades because you feel like whoever scores has the momentum in these low-scoring games.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Oh, no!
Mistake there from Potato. Did not read that bounce properly. Was too close to where it bounced there. Went straight over, unfortunately. Yeah, look.
Oh, rough. That is so super rough. Dylan Potato, take a bow. That sucked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that was on stream too. But do you know what? It makes for great content as US putting himself in the keeper's net. And it is only briefly because everybody knows Subject is the man with the plan, and now Dzax, man so dangerous on attack, puts himself through into the middle, and they are committing numbers. Oh, the Ballspielers, they are playing for blood, but Nafs now catches the
Counter-attack
keeper off his
opportunity.
line,
There it
takes the
is.
shot, and there we go. He gets the equalizer, and that is what Unity were looking for, Tor.
Nats is incredible. I've had the pleasure of having to goalie keep against him, and he gets those bottom corners maybe 90% of the time. Incredible consistency with those bottom corners.
Well, there we go. You heard it from him himself. 90% of the time, he gets them all the time, and it is Dylan Potato now forced into a clear. Jace now dispossessing, not being able to get the touches. Oja tries to play from wide, finds Nats in the middle.
Opportunity,
And yep, tries
mistake
to
there.
take him, tries to take the shot, but Subject, being dispossessed himself, forces Hermes into the goalkeeper role, and they are playing with fire.
Yuriov taking the challenge there to get that away from the defender. Couldn't quite get it, and there is the second goal from the Ballspelers.
Well, there
That's
we
the
go.
hardest thing.
Just like that, just the second goal from the Ballspelers. This is hype now. They are getting what they came for, and Unity, looking so good in game number 1, have been under huge pressure by this Ballspelers outfit. They are looking to dominate. They are looking to impose themselves as they are forcing this Unity team to be very reckless on attack, leaving nobody back, Tor. And
Incredible attack here.
Yeah.
Ooh, slightest chance there. Keeper gets the ball to clear it. But yeah, Unity was committing all 4 of them on the opponent's side. Incredible play. What can they do with it?
Well, yeah, that is the question. What can they do with it? Because right now, this Ballspelers team has had the lion's share of possession. You see Dzax there haunting them in the mid as he takes another shot, and I feel like he's sticking to the goalkeeper, and that is very, very ominous and very dangerous for any attack to watch out for. So I know Irath is permanently on defense now as Hermes now tries to get the touch, doesn't get it. Jace with the back heel, but Dylan with that save.
And Nate's clear this last defender. Oh, loses the ball. Unfortunate mistake there, and that is going to cost them possession. Clear straight to... Oh, is cleared once again. We're ping-ponging around the pitch. Classic play from Rematch players. If anyone knows the classic tennis game that will come out of low elo plays. Quite a consistent sight. Opportunity there, but Potato decided not to clear it immediately. What can Dzax do here? Plays it straight to keeper. Alright. And the play is reset. Going straight to... Is that Nate's? Yeah. Alright.
Well, there we go. US and Nate are playing back through to Hermes. And we got about 2 minutes left on the clock now. It is still a fair amount of time for Unity to come back from this, as it looks like Nats trying to find Oya. Oya's there, gets the pass. Oya now forced
Are
into the
they going
corner.
to keep
It's not
it?
looking dangerous to depth, but there, header across by Nats. They
Yuriov
still have
is there to
possession.
collect it.
And there we go. It is looking like they are still under a bit of trouble here. Can he get the shot across? Forced into the open. All of them are there. Shot coming across, but up against the backboard. Subject now able to clear it out.
Unfortunate crossbar there. Second unfortunate crossbar twice in a row. Can't do much against that bad luck. Can they keep this momentum up? That has been, I think, 3 attacks now, consistently running to the Ballspieler's box. Can they make something of it?
Or can
Kochman
they
going for the ball.
indeed?
Dzax on the counter attack. I see Dylan having to run all the way back to his box. Quite the slowdown of the game here. It seems the play has been reset. Nate's trying to find Oya. Jace losing the ball there. Kochoman. Nate's trying to set it up and goes for the score. See those bottom corners? What did I say? If
Those
the
bottom-
post isn't
Yep.
in Nate's way, he scores.
Well, there we go. That
Equalizer
is
at
2-2.
26
Yep.
seconds
20
left.
seconds
Can
left,
they
we
make
can
it?
do it. That is exactly what's happening now. With 20 seconds left on the clock, it is tie, and it is Irioth at the back, and he needs to do something now. They do not want to force this into overtime, because overtime is where dreams die. Now Nats trying to force his way past 3 defenders. 5 seconds left on the clock, and Jace bombing it deep, trying to find homies there on attack, but Korman forced into defense, and they are just trying to get it out of their own half. No team wants the burden of having this right now, as Dylan, so often keeper, leaves his net. It is dangerous now because he was off his line, and now Subject taking a few risks as they are forcing attack after attack after attack, and the Ballspelers are looking to end it right here, right now.
Nate's managing to pick up the ball from the counter attack. Unfortunately, Subject clears it. Left on a 2v2 there. Oh, got away from his man. Dzax waiting, but Kochoman clears it. Straight back to Subject. They're a bit hard on the pass out. I know they're trying to clear the ball there. And an unfortunate kick from Subject straight into the box that leads to a goal. Insane. And that will do it. That will bring this best of 3 to a close. Pass straight from the goalie from the other side of the pitch to Dzax into the back of the net.
And
Crazy.
it just is like that sometimes, homie, getting the MVP for this game. And that is what does it. Unfortunately, Unity being sent out packing. Sorry, Voodoo. That's for your comments for bro. Don't feel too bad now. But it is what it is. And this game is in favor of the Ballspelers. The Ballspelers are going to be the ones who go up against Super Strikers in the lower bracket final. That will be coming to you shortly. We'll try and keep things moving on swiftly. There are 2 games left. Just 2 games. And then we will see our first ever Community Cup champion being crowned here in SSA. So, stay tight. Hang on to your seats. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with you now.
Welcome back, one and all, to the SSA Rematch Championship tournament. It's gone well so far, and I'm really enjoying what I've been seeing. There's been some drama, there's been some upsets. It's been back and forth, and it's been exciting. Exactly what we were hoping to see, and we move swiftly on to the penultimate series here, the lower final between Super Strikers and the Borspielers. We've seen some crazy plays already, especially in the upper final. You saw them yourself. Tor alongside Bromeo, and I'm so glad to be joining you in the booth for this series. What are you looking to expect from this?
Well, we had a surprising dropout. Easy Mufasa has unfortunately left, but is now replaced by, surprisingly, somewhat of an arch enemy team striker, Zeus, who we will see joining their team now in this insane turn of events. Rivalry turned desperate team play here.
I'm hesitant to say it's quite enemies to lovers in this regard. I guess it depends on how well this match goes. They had a bit of needle, a bit of discourse between one another before the tournament began. They both believed, the teams themselves, that they would win this tournament, and there still is an opportunity for Super Strikers as well. But Zeus filling in here is a very, very interesting development, and against a team that has just lost the upper final. It's going to be mighty interesting to see which side ends up coming out on top. But we've already seen plenty from the Borspielers side, what they've been capable of. But this other team coming in for the Super Strikers, just off that loss, it's going to be difficult for them, because they went through 5 Gents TB from the start. They took out Bro, and then they dropped to 5 Gents actual main team. In the upper final, so they've tasted defeat and victory. They know what the stakes are. They know what's going to be necessary to win this series, but it's going to be difficult either way because of this resurgence, this run back from the Super Striker, the Borspielers even coming down to the lower bracket round 2, sweeping aside 5 Gents Team B, going the distance against Unity Esports, and now here in the lower bracket. I just want more great rematch. We've seen plenty of it already, but well, we need more of it.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Borspielers might have the warm-up necessary. I'm not sure if Super Strikers and Zeus have practiced or have had some warm-ups. They probably did, but the Borspielers is coming off the pan, still hot, jumping straight into this, and they had a fiery end to their last game. So yeah,
of course, Zeus is 0-2. Is obviously cold. He's coming into this game completely cold. He's not been playing for a while now, and he's going to have to step up. Only one player on a team of 5 might not have such an impact, but time will tell as we get kicked off here with the lower final. Surf to pass it back to Brucewin, and now Zeus, the man we've been watching, and you should keep your eye on throughout this game. Expected to win this entire thing, passes it across into Surf, flicks it into the box, and now Raji having to come and pick up the pieces down the wing. The wingback doing his work, but that puts him out of position. Brucewin has to come and fill in. Juicinator across to the mid, trying to find his man D's, as they have been doing all tournament long. This focal point in offense, this front man, this number 9, has been exceptional throughout the day. So I'm expecting him to continue that level of performance, and just whether or not the Borspielers can actually deal with it, time will tell.
Just to reiterate, we have the Borspielers on the left side, the white team, and the Super Strikers as the blue team. Seeing the Borspielers still up to their same antics, not too sure what to expect from Super Strikers. They might have changed up their team play with Zeus coming in. I see Zeus just read a great shot straight into the header. Zeus is lethal at the in the box, always very ready to read his shots. Great placements as well. So yeah,
risky play. Subject taking far too long on the ball. He ends up dropping it out of his hands. I think he might have either stepped out of the box or the timer below him just ran out. As he moves forward, no, he just gets tackled from the ball dropping down. Juicinator does not react quickly enough, cannot get back to the line, and an opening goal here for Super Strikers, doing extremely well to read that opportunity and finish it off. Wanting to stop another opportunity for the Spielers there. Going forward, Zeus to back pedal through the first man here. He's going to flick it over Subject. Nice deceptive play there. You don't see that often enough, in my opinion. If you see the goalkeeper off the line, you can just try and chip it over him. If they don't react quickly enough, it's going to be all over for him, as Dees cannot manage to find the finish off the backboard. I think his first opportunity of the game goes begging here. And of course the goalkeeper will be thanking his lucky stars that wasn't on target, as a quick counter-attack is attempted by Super Strikers, cut out just as quickly.
Very unfortunate miss there from the Ballspielers. And we see the lethality of Zeus in action with that previous goal. Insane. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The moment Zeus gets the ball and a chance to score, he's going to take it. And if that keeper is not ready, it's definitely hitting the back net. I think I can count on my hand how many times I've seen Zeus miss a shot that he did not prepare for.
Assistant striker is just as important as any other position. As we're seeing some loose play already from both keepers, baby. Making a mistake on the front end, and could be another one here, but it's straight down the middle. Easy enough to deal with Deez's header there. But it's sometimes taking a little too long on the ball. They've got to find their open man, pass around a lot more, try and get that play quick and fluid. As we got a chance here from Surf, bottom left corner. Keeper goes the wrong way, 2-goal lead just like that. Sometimes that could be all it takes, Tor.
Absolutely. Great play here. Great read. Unfortunate mistake there from the defender, stopping early, thinking the ball was going to pass him as Zeus picked up the ball.
Yeah. Finds his man Hermes, but he's accosted immediately by Zeus. We're seeing some great pressure from Super Strikers here. Not resting, not sitting back. Got two players in the same place, and both of them get beat as Surf will find Zeus open net to shoot at. Possibly takes his time, and it pays dividends. 3-0 lead with barely half of this game gone. And they're getting absolutely shredded at the back. It's already a mistake that both Jace and Juicinator are in the exact same place. They've got to spread out and give their backline options. But the fact that they both got intercepted there by one player and a completely open striker leaves it wide. Opened opportunity for him to finish. Is not going to miss that. You heard Torbal talking about it. He's a consistent striker. He takes his time. He picks his spot. And this is such a awful position for the Spielers to be in at this point. It's going to be another attempt. Zeus gets the first shot away. The second is denied. Unfortunate that it was off target. That could have been one of the quickest mercy rules we've seen tonight.
Yeah. We might have spoken a bit too early on the Ballspielers warm-up. Their stamina, if I can call it that. It seems that they are a bit tired with that lacking defense there. Might have been too much on the ball in the last while. Just coming off too hot into this game might have tired them out. Seeing Super Strikers come with such ferocity in this game is definitely shocking, but we did see this kind of play coming from the previous match against Unity as well, where they lost the first game quite substantially and then came back in a 180, taking it to mercy rule and then finishing off to come to this match.
You mentioned fatigue can always be a factor in these situations. They've been playing for a few hours now. It's not as intense and tiring as real sport, you could argue, but it's still, there's that mental fatigue to think about. As a great stop by the Ballspielers, number one there. Managed to stop it. They finally found Dees open, and he spews it. Skews the shot off the backboard. The keeper did commit early. They have to be aggressive. They have to take any opportunity they can as quickly as possible. With 20 seconds left, it's all but over. The writing is seared onto the wall. this game is pretty much done and dusted. A 3-goal deficit is just not surmountable, especially with the nature of how Rematch works, of course. If you score, your opponent gets the ball and they can just keep possession. They could just play keep away. They've not necessarily needed to. They've still played the exact same way throughout the game. They've not changed it up and tried to be more passive, more defensive and sit back. They've just fired on all cylinders in every opportunity that they generated themselves. They weren't really given anything. They definitely worked for it, definitely earned it. And you can see there, almost 7,000 points. MVP performance from Zeus, a guy that was on a team that got first rounded. They went 0-4 to begin this tournament, and now he's here in the lower final, doing so much work for his team and proving that he probably deserved to be at this point. He just had to take a different route to get there.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. I think Zeus is so glad to have gotten this opportunity to play in this finals. Definitely wanted to see it come on. Great to see him on here. Great to see. I think Super Strikers might reconsider who their main striker is after this one.
It's a bold take, Tomo. I like it. Already seeing some potential roster moves happening if things don't work out. I mean, you sort of expect to see it, but maybe not mid-tournament. Once you've got some time to go back and analyze what went wrong, what didn't. As D's with an early opportunity here, that's what they've been looking for the entire day. Didn't work out in the first game, and I've mentioned it in prior series that you can't always rely on just one man, as Baby is ready for it, able to stop that Route 1 attempt just over the top, just sending long balls, kick and rush as it is often known, up to the big man. But if he gets isolated, if he gets completely covered off by the defender, or if the goalkeeper's just too good to stop him, then it's going to be bad times for you as it continues to go downhill for the Ballspieler. Zeus once more trying to put his name in our mouths constantly, put his name in lights, in fact, as this was headed to the bottom left corner. Nothing the goalkeeper could do without that one, but know exactly where it was going, and he did not have a chance to stop it. It's basically like the last game didn't end.
Yeah. It's very quickly. We've only been in a minute now. It's astonishing to see how quick this game has progressed, how much movement we've seen on the field from both teams. Both sides have taken quite a lot of shots. This is what we get. This is what we wanted to see come out of the community. The community moves pretty fast as well. A lot of players, a lot of smack talk, a lot of shifts. We've seen teams scramble in the last few days as they are as they had their tryouts, as they had change-ups in the roster. Many teams were swapping players, intentionally or unintentionally. So yeah, very, very feisty to see. That's why I'm saying Super Strikers might be looking for a new striker here. But who's to say?
I think they found one. His name is Zeus, and he's absolutely bodying his competition right now as another attempt is denied. For the Ballspielers, Hermes this time not up to D's, and Baby has been utterly stalwart. Complete bastion of defense at the back. He's not conceded yet, and he certainly doesn't look like he is. He's calm and composed, patient at the back, ready to deal with pretty much anything that the Ballspielers try and put past him as he stops another one there, all the way down to Zeus. Is he going to take another shot early? Maybe it was the wrong decision. Subject was completely sighted, saw it all the way, and manages to deny a 2-goal deficit. Now back down the field, a counter opportunity for Jace. He's going to look for D's. This is the wrong decision. This is so telegraphed. It's so obvious that they're going to go for it. Everybody knows it now, especially this defense. Bruceman's not going to be beaten by that. He's not going to be fooled as they look to find Zeus again. He finds Surf darting to the right. This one's going to be denied. It's just down on the ground, but they don't get rid of the ball quickly enough. They're having to be saved by their keeper once again, having to rush out and become a sweeper. It's such a high-risk way to play the game, but he's being forced to do it.
Incredible defending to see from the Super Strikers team. I believe it is Raikis and Bruce playing exceptionally. Quite the wall that they have managed to
Goal?
form.
Oh, beautiful play. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Tobo, but this just the sequence of events here was exceptional. Hopefully they don't skip the replay. Hermes beats the first defender on the wing, passes it across to the mid. Neither defender deals with it. Dees immediately goes for the shot as soon as it comes to him. Comes off the backboard, back to Hermes, and they managed to get the finish. Finally got one on the board. We're completely shut out, clean sheet in the first game, and now they've started to find some form as an excellent save by Subject to keep the parity here. Managed to stop that quick shot from the middle of the box. And some great decision making being made by the Ballspielers. They're adapting to the play and recognizing the threat posed by Zeus and Surf up front, who have actually kind of switched positions. Raji's pushed up the field a little bit here, which is unexpected, but he's managed to dribble around everybody. But God, that was incredible. Somehow managed to find his way through, still getting an opportunity, looking for the pass as well. What have I just witnessed, Torbolt?
Is an incredible change-up. It looks like every person on this team could be a striker at this point. What a change-up. Decided to go for a 3-man attack here. Incredible to see.
That was such a great play. I mean, you would have thought maybe the second man was going to go for the shot there. Maybe he recognized the keeper was pulling out of his net a little too early. Decides to go for the second man. Jace was waiting just on the back post there. No one in position to deal with it. And gets that lead back in such an emphatic fashion. Beautiful play here in the lower final. Exactly where they need to step up and really make their mark, as Zeus will receive this ball off the wing. He's going to take a first touch that does not help him out. Hermes gets it lobbed back to him, expecting someone to follow up in the midfield, but it's not going to be a play that works out. Zeus is going to collect this one to Surf. Going to be found? No, takes too long to get rid of the ball, and they lose another opportunity. And of course, the Ballspieler is completely happy to see that. They're going to take their time, maybe calm things down a little bit here. Subject just wants to marshal the team, make sure that they're all on the same hymn sheet as he finds his front man, and something that's been shut out for so long has finally come off, and they managed to take a lead. Not a lead, an equalizer, even if I can get my scores correct. But this was unexpected to see.
Yeah, I think it was a great decision there. You could see the defenders, the attackers dragging out the defenders to the sides of the box, to the front of the box, and a plan to shoot from the keeper straight into box there. Excellent to see.
Unfortunate miss there for Super Strikers off the backboard. Another one huffed up towards D's, little too far, maybe able to deal with it. Maybe losing a little bit of confidence here in his defenders. Having to deal with a lot more shots than he might have expected from that front man. Another one goes through here. He does not pull the trigger early. Dees was all the way on the edge of the box, so there wasn't nearly enough power on that that header to really threaten the goalkeeper too much, and it wasn't exactly on target either. So they're going to lose that chance. Raji does well to read the play through the middle. He's going to flick it over one. Is he going to go for this himself? No, he's going to look to find Zeus. Another pass across. Surf misses the target. That was the one. That was the go-ahead goal to win this series and take them to the grand final. Such an unfortunate miss there. And they're going to have to deal with what seems to be going towards an overtime. Deez is going to try and find his way through the defense. Won't work out. Another one sent all the way down the field. Surf probably not expecting it. They haven't been going for that kind of play throughout this series. So not used to going to the front man playing the number 9 just like the Ballspielers do, and they do here. There's another chance, 1v1. Raji darting back to try and get to it, does so for a moment, but Jace is there with the free shot to the backboard. Baby can get there and deny an overtime winner to equalize this series.
We're seeing some very desperate play from both teams, I think, hoping to end the overtime as soon as they can.
Ooh, there it is.
There it is. I feel like I have jinxed so many of these things when I talk about the great defense from the Super Strikers they get scored on. When I talk about hoping for a quick end here, Super Strikers get it. I think some of my other commentary is also very funny. Found a way to jinx the teams. Maybe I should not be a commentator.
No. You've got to get used to that, mate. It's what happens. Caster's curse is a real thing. You say some things going on, usually the opposite happens, and you end up cursing someone. You can't blame yourself. It's just the nature of the game. And as it is the end for the Ballspielers, Super Strikers seriously stepped up here. Zeus, obviously the standout in this series. I think he got another hat-trick there in that game. They managed to mercy rule them in the first. exceptional performance from that side. It's sort of unfortunate that it ended in the way that it did. I was hoping for a long, tense, tight overtime, but they just took the easy route over the top. Send it to Zeus. He will find a way to put it in the back of the net and find a way to the upper final, well, the grand final as well. They've managed to fight their way back as they lost the upper final, of course, against the 5 Gents. They're going to be facing off against them once more, and I'm only going to give it one. It's going to be a rematch between 5 Gents and Super Strikers in the grand final, and we'll be moving, crucially, to best of 5. You need to win 3 games instead of 2 this time around, and that's just going to raise the stakes all that much more. It's going to be a fantastic match, just as this one was, and I've thoroughly enjoyed going through it with you, Torvald.
Yeah, it's been such a tense game, a close game. Perhaps not the first one, but like I said, it's those tiny
It was getting
mistakes.
there.
Yeah, it's those tiny mistakes that kind of add up. It's those great passes that the players find getting away from their defenders and then putting the ball into the net. And as I said, the real knife of Super Strikers at this point is Zeus managing to give them some unbelievable goals. So yeah.
Somewhat of a pinch hitter in that regard, just getting brought in to be the goal scorer, to be the main man, and a relative surprise to see. You'd have thought he'd have been able to make that kind of difference for Egoist, his prior team in the tournament. It's such a strange situation to see unfold, but it's clearly paying off massively
moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting.
Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
It is now that moment that you have been waiting for, that we have been waiting for. It is that time where you get to hear my voice again. No, not that. It's the grand final time. I promise it's the last time you're gonna have to hear my bad jokes for at least another week or so. But to help me cast this while I am sick and dying is Vector. He was with you just now, so he needs no introduction. But what does need an introduction is this grand final. So there is a little bit of tea that we need to spill. It is 5 gents when offered the 1 game advantage in favor of a bracket reset, just in case they lose, because as you know, in a double elim, if you don't lose the entire time and you end up losing in the final, you play that final again because you still have 2 lives. That is double elim. So 5 gents, in favor of sportsmanship, have decided to forego a bracket reset or an extra game. They want this to be a straight up au naturel, no holds barred best of 5. So Vector, take me through that.
I respect it massively. Obviously, as you said, they should have an extra life. That is how it works. A 1 game advantage makes sense, but they've chosen to forego it. And well, you said it in the honor of sportsmanship. Maybe there's a little bit of hubris there, a little bit of pride on the belief that they can take this without having the advantage. They have already done it, of course. They beat Super Strikers in the upper final in a 2-0 sweep, and they did it in quite substantial fashion. You yourself commentated over that. You know what 5 gents are capable of, but we've just witnessed Super Strikers pretty much demolish the Ballspielers with Zeus leading the line. They had 1 foot in the grave, just as you do, Bromeo, in that lower final, and they managed to step out of it emphatically, rose from the dead in a sense, and I'm expecting to see that kind of performance again against 5 gents. They've got the chip on their shoulder now. They've got the onus is on them to try and prove to us why they shouldn't have lost in that upper final, and they've got 5 games to do it now, considering 5 gents didn't take that 1 game advantage, which, well, we'll see if that comes back to bite them. Karma may favor them in that regard, but you kind of got to take what you can get, because these games come thick and fast, and it's not easy to win them when things start getting to you, start getting under your skin, and we know just how much these 2 teams don't like each other based on the upper final performance. So I'm expecting fireworks. I'm expecting it to go the distance even. I do predict a game 5 here. I hope for one at the very least. And I think it's going to be probably the best series that we're going to have seen all night, and that's saying something.
Well, talking about coming thick and fast, you've got 2 minutes left to predict who you think will be the grand final winner. If 5 gents are currently way ahead in the prediction, 3,200 points to 1,000
Popular
Super
vote.
Strikers. So Torbolt, he votes for Super Strikers, the underdogs, he says. I don't think they're the underdogs. With the way that Zeus has been playing in that last game, I feel that this is going to be a fight. I feel like it's going to be a brawl, Vector. So I'm going to predict, and I have already, I'm going to predict 5 gents take this. Vector, who's your vote?
I actually haven't thought about it. I just thought game 5, and then it was kind of a coin flip. But there's always the factor to consider. There's always the difference between, Super Strikers fatigued, they've played more. 5 gents cold, they have not been playing for a while, obviously, having to wait for that lower final to finish. They're coming in red hot off of that victory. Super Strikers, especially Zeus, he got a hat-trick in his last game. I think they're probably just going to pip it. Very, very close game. I think there's going to be at least 2 or 3 overtimes in this. But I expect him to be the difference maker should 5 gents not recognize his threat and actually deal with it, because we've seen that plenty of times throughout this tournament. I've seen it plenty of times on the 5 gents side, Chef Savage specifically, to call him out in this regard. He seems a bit lackluster at times, a bit loose, and doesn't recognize the threat that the striker can pose. Against the Ballspielers especially, D's managed to get 4 goals in 1 game just because there was barely anyone defending him. So if that continues to happen, we haven't seen Super Strikers go route 1 and go over the top a lot. They do tend to play into that tiki-taka style, so if they don't manage to corral that and cut it out, I'm expecting them to take it.
Well, with 76% of the chat vote, it is 5 gents favored to take it, and, well, we do have a game on our hands. In white is 5 gents, in red are your super strikers. You can see Zeus there playing off the red outfit, getting used to it pretty quickly, and, boys and girls, we have ourselves a grand final. So, we're going to see a lot of action and a lot of pain. But throughout the tournament, this 5 gents side, Squid leading from the back, Chef Savage, Obelisk, Silent God, and Slick, they've been looking really, really good. And Super Strikers on a little bit of defense right now as Slick puts it in quickly. That is the opening goal, and how is that, Vector?
A well-oiled machine working in tandem. You said it yourself, they've been exceptional throughout this tournament. They're in the grand final for a reason. They absolutely dominated Super Strikers in the upper final, and it's just a continuation of that, not even a minute in, and they managed to find the bottom left corner with a quick tap down. It's very, very difficult to deal with those low shots for a keeper because of the nature of how it works, the canned animations. If you go too early, you just dive over the ball. If you go too late, well, you're going to concede just as they have here. You're most vulnerable to conceding just after you have scored a goal. It is a universal rule, and it has happened here. Super Strikers managed to get one on the board, not from Zeus this time. It was served from the edge of the box, and the goalkeeper was not quite set and ready for that. An equal game just as quickly as it became unequal.
Oh, man, the equality of inequality. Now Zeus charging up, trying to beat 3, doesn't quite get there. Allows Squid now to take his time and draw in the defense. He's playing it dangerously there. Zeus almost calling it as Obelisk now playing it, trying to find Slick. The pass not quite there, though, as Baby playing out of the back. He is the chief defender in charge for the Super Strikers team, and both teams have been looking fantastic so far. So with Surf now making a clear break up the left, he leaves the ball behind though, but Zeus pouncing upon an open ball, takes the shot and saved by Squid.
Did well to recover that opportunity to salvage something from the play, but maybe rush the shot a little bit. He was all alone and could have took his time to try and deceive the keeper. But a loose ball to the midfield from Slick was easy enough for Zeus to deal with. Actually just kind of throws possession away as a Silent God here. Some inconsistency occurring between these teams, passing to one another. Maybe some nerves here in the grand final in the opening game. It's still quite equal going forward. Bruce with a nice rainbow flick to get it over the first man. Zeus going to try and find some triangles here. Surf not quite linking up well enough, and now Slick with an opportunity to counter. Back down to the midfield. He's trying to find him. Somehow threads the needle, finds Silent God, all on his lonesome on the left side of the box. They've gained the lead once again, this time hitting the right-hand side. And Baby just left a little bit too isolated there. Raji, I recognize why he had to go and cover off Slick there for the quick shot, for the quick pass, but he just left another man wide open, and you cannot afford to do that in this situation.
Well, it was very juicy. I saw 5 gents rocking that box formation, 2 up front, 2 behind. And somehow they just managed to rotate that formation that they pulled the defenders. You can see box formation once again. They're playing it tight. You can even call it diamond, depending on how it's facing, I suppose. But they play a very free form kind of rematch. And especially from formational play, Surf now coming up the corner here, they leave him alone because they know he's aiming for the pass. He's not going to run it himself. As puts another pass in, trying to find Zeus, but Chef Savage cutting that one out at the source. And it just shows how quickly things can change. And watching the Super Strikers team, who admittedly don't have a lot of time together. Zeus is a new join, but they have synchronized very well, don't you think?
Sometimes things just click. You just find the right piece to fit the puzzle. That's clearly the case for Super Strikers here. It's not quite working out in their favor just yet, but it's still a very close game. Zeus himself doing well to get past 2, make it 3. Shot attempted, but Obelisk was patient. and resolute in his defending, just waited for the right opportunity to stop him, knew he had to make a decision, and just waited with bated breath to try and stop another opportunity here from Brucewin. Across the field, Chef Savage doing well to read the play. Cuts out another, now a quick counter, possibly a 2v1 as Raji has to decide between going for the man or staying with the pass option. And actually does work out well, gives Brucewin enough time to get back, but he is beaten straight up by Slick. Gonna have to double up on him. Zeus comes back to help out his team. Surf running down the middle. Managed to pull back a little bit, but yes, well read again by Obelisk. He's so great at reading the play, recognizing the threat, and getting into it before it becomes too dangerous to deal with. Silent God absolutely read completely by the goalkeeper there. Easy shot to stop for him, but they're still threatening at this end of the pitch, and with a minute left to go, I've not seen all that much from Super Strikers going forward. We had a bit of a mare moment between Zeus and Surf just moments ago, but this defense has been exceptional.
Well, it has been indeed, and watching Chef and Obelisk, they share the defense there, and shot coming off there, palmed
Great
away
stop.
by Squid. And Squid has been exceptional, but it's also that defensive formation of Chef and Obelisk that make them look so resolute in defense, because you can see they rush together like the traditional football.
Is this a goal? No.
No, we're seeing, but I don't believe there's a goal opportunity yet because Slick taking his time, trying to get as many rainbow flicks as possible out, because this is definitely a fight of styles. As Zeus now trying to style his own, trying to beat Obelisk here. Ooh, gets him there. Surf with the pass in, but Squid unfazed.
That might have been the last chance. If they can't keep possession here, they're obviously going to go back to the keeper and then reset. One last opportunity to equalize this game. They rush it completely. That was the absolute wrong decision to make from Baby there. He might be a great shot stopper, but his delivery needs desperate work. That was... I really can't fathom why he thought that would work. You've just got to dribble up the field and wait until you've got an open man, but tried to rush it. Maybe didn't realize he was going to get a last possession there, but as a result, they've dropped down a game. And just as they believed they could do, the 5 gents have taken the first game, and they've gained that advantage that they chose to opt out of initially, and they're proving to us why they're so confident and why they have such belief in themselves to win this series and this entire tournament. But it was still close, still only a one goal game.
Well, I gotta say, if they do end up taking this, and nobody will ever forget that they chose to give up their advantage so that they could ego on their opponents. And this is what it is. Right now, 5 gents are in the lead, 1-0, but it is far from done, as we've seen a reborn Super Strikers outfit. Call them Phoenixes, if you will, forcing their way through to these grand finals now, as 5 gents taking a shot by Silent God, not usually the one as the shot taker, but Slick now trying to retain a little bit of possession here, but dispossessed by Raji.
Doing well to read the play here. Super Strikers a little bit better than did in the opener, recognizing the movement from Silent God and Slick, the things that they tend to do, and they're having to adapt a lot more quickly than they might have hoped. As you see Slick here beat his first man straight up, dribbling all the way through. He's a bit isolated. Obelisk didn't want to push up, waiting for Silent God to make that move to the midfield. He's still got the ball. Is he going to go for it himself? No, he opts to go to the far post. But he was not in position. Kind of a wasted opportunity. Still possession in their favor. Chef Sav is going to go for a straight shot. Might have been a quick pass across to Silent God, but it is interrupted by the defense, and now they tried to make their way forward. Again, this lackluster passing, it cuts out any opportunity to go forward quickly. They have to be finding each other more consistently.
Well, I know we do not have the teams up on screen, so just in case you were wondering, the red and blue are our 5 gents outfit, and in the white are the Super Strikers. So make sure that you do not miss that, as we're seeing Zeus now playing a passing way, puts it through to Surf, but unfortunately not being able to get the pass back. As Silent God now dribbles past 2, he sees Slick in the open, he's going to try and get it to him, but Surf, so aggressive on defense there, has been tackling his way through them.
He's desperate to get the ball back. Silent God with a quick snapshot on the edge of the box. Maybe read it all the way. That kind of thing just isn't going to work against a keeper that is alert and knows what he's doing, knows when to stop the shot, how to stop it, more importantly, of course. But Chef Savage and Obelisk looking to link up here, find their open man as they do. Slick was left wide awake at the back post in that position, and it could have got a better shot away, but Baby able to deal with it. Top right denied. Surf gonna pass it across to Silent God. Gonna opt to trust his defender here. Might have been a bit of a risky play, but he's comfortable enough with the ball at feet, Obelisk, to marshal this one across to Chef Savage, who has all of the left side of the field to play with. Slick, quick pass across, going to take a shot as well, straight at two defenders. It seems like they're getting a little bit desperate here, Five Gents, of trying to find their way through. And that was just so easy to deal with from Silent God. That's uncharacteristic of them.
Well, I've got to say, Squid has been looking so good at the back.
No.
But Baby in this game has been doing incredibly well. Speaking of incredibly well, Raji stepping the entire team, but unfortunately dispossessed there by Silent God. As slide tackles are coming in thick and hot, as defense is proving to be the difference maker in this game number 2, as no side is able to effectively crack open and get some clear shots on goal. But saying that, Zeus now, well, trying to dribble, gets to the cross, gets the shot, but saved by Squid.
It's a nice attempt, but honestly, that felt a little selfish. Surf was busting a gut down the left-hand wing, trying to get into position to receive that ball, but Zeus just didn't want anything to do with it. Was not opting for the pass, wanted the glory, wanted his naming lights to take the lead here in this second game, get the shot away himself, but it was easy enough to deal with. Outside the box shots, generally on the ground, just it's so telegraphed, and any keeper worth their salt can stop it as another swift tackle comes in here from Slick. I've seen a lot of strikers doing a lot of defending here, a lot of proactive work on the front foot. I mean, they should, they're all capable of it. And it keeps the ball in possession in the opponent's half. Slick to the backboard, easy enough to deal with for Baby. As he's going to look to find his winger. Quick plays, a bit risky, straight shot again. Maybe wasting the opportunity. I see it quite a lot from people without experience, especially defenders who aren't used to how they should behave on the offensive side of the field, just taking quick shots when they get a chance because they assume the goalkeeper's out of position. Like if they've just made that play and shot it up the field, then they must be not positioned, not ready to stop it. As we see a goalkeeper substitution, Raji's having to step up and step into the net. As we saw Baby go all the way through to the corner. Risky play, especially with so little time left on the clock, but they've managed to get away with it.
Well, speaking of the clock, there's about 1 minute left in this game. Number 2, Gents are up 1 game so far, and it is now on the Super Strikers to come back. So, Super Strikers are in white. They're going to want to apply as much pressure as possible now. They are in possession. Zeus trying to play tiki-taka, but passing not coming off there. Silent God feeds off to Slick now. Slick taking the shot, gets the rebound, but not quite there yet. But Slick almost there on the edge of that, but Baby reading the pass through. This could be dangerous. Forced into another save. They have to take some measures now to get it through. They have to take some risks, and right now Obelisk heading it away. It is Bruce now with possession. Surf is going to maintain. We're heading to 15 seconds left of the game. It is do or die, and Zeus heading it off. But it looks like this game is all likelihood going to go to overtime.
I was just waiting for the curse. I was just waiting for that 0-second shot, but it's not going to happen. Overtime has occurred. At least one. I predicted 3 in this series. How it's going to end, I absolutely do not know. As Surf opted to dribble this and then go for the pass, giving Savage time to reposition, get the ball, then gets taken it off him, but it's just passed straight back to the number 1. He's going to opt to send this hurtling down the field again, maybe rushing the play. They could take more time on the ball, and it's just giving chances for Zeus to go for a shot. Managed to bound past his defender, but Obelisk in great position once again, reading the game like a book, recognizing the threat posed by these 2 strikers, and getting position to cut them out, douse the flame, so to speak. And now he's going all the way down the field himself on the left wing, going to try to find Slick, gets the first touch, but it's too far away from him, and Bruce manages to deal with it, only to the corner, still dangerous times, and Raji opts to go back to his goalkeeper. Speaking of goalkeeper. Heart in, I forgot what it's called. Heart in mouth moments. I think that's the expression, where it's just so tense and terrifying. Because what is the keeper doing at moments? It's frightening sometimes what he's doing, but they've managed to get away with it somehow, really riding their luck at times. And Slick, with plenty of time to find his middleman, get a pass away, but it's easy enough for Bruce to deal with. And it's just, I suppose it's not really working, these chips into the box. The defenders are too stalwart.
All right, now it's defense really making the difference here as we're heading goalless into 1 minute and 30 of overtime right now, and Zeus and Raji tussling for possession there. They both want to crack at net, and I would say that the Super Strikers are looking the most disjointed on attack. I feel like the way 5 Gents are playing, they're playing a very calculated football, risk-free, you would even say. They've had to field far fewer saves as Raji now tries to get into the open, does a fake blade shot, intends a pass instead, and unfortunately not getting it. Silent God now, free.
Chance.
Can he take the shot across? Can he do the beat? But baby, cool as a cucumber on defense.
That was a textbook counter there. A 1-2-3 from Obelisk to Slick to Silent God. They found the space between the lines, and I think he just took a little too long. Thought about it too much. If he took the first time shot, that top left corner was begging for it. And Baby managed to sit back and wait, was patient with the play, and this one's just absolutely sent, rifled across the front of the net. And this one bounding off the crossbar. Another chance at it. Slick puts it across. Silent God should have been ready for that. That was a perfect chance. Great pass. Great IQ of seeing where the ball needed to go. And they're once again riding their luck here. I mean, you say they're supposedly playing methodical and trying to do things the right way and not thrive in the chaos, so to speak, but it has been tenuous at the back. They have really made some mistakes. It's been terrifying to see, but they've somehow managed to survive it all.
All right, now it is Squid once more. Gonna pass off to Obelisk. We're heading into 3 minutes of overtime, into our 4th. And Bruce now putting it through. Easy stop for Squid. He was aiming for Zeus, but couldn't quite get there. Now, Chef Savage with a bit of possession passes off to Silent. Silent not getting the touch, and that could prove disastrous for their attacking campaign. Zeus now beating a slick defense there as Raji running down the wing. He's going to look for passing options in the middle. He blade kicks and not quite getting there. Zeus still in possession. He beats one. He passes off to Surf, but Squid makes the save.
Yeah, a quick commitment from Squid there, going for the dive. Thankful that it was nowhere near the target. No one was waiting for it. Slick to receive, but it's just too close to the keeper. Manages to get behind it in time. And it is just back and forth defense. It feels like the inconsistency with the striking isn't helping. And the passing has been lackluster at times. We see another one here, just completely wasted possession between Surf and Zeus. Usually they're in lockstep. It's like clockwork, the connection that they make, but it's starting to fall apart in this long overtime. This is a great tackle by Zeus though, and they look to link up once again. A shot comes away, but Chef Savage recovers in time, deals with it. Slide tackle, jumps, gets pulled away. Raji with a shot as well, but Obelisk in the way too. Both of these defenders doing so much work to stop these shots coming in, to stop their goalkeeper being threatened nearly as much as he would be. And now back down the other end, they have to put one on. They have to hit the target. Slick managed to do so, but Baby read him all the way. They know what's going to happen. They know to expect these plays. They've got to get more deceptive. They've got to get more creative. I saw one chance that came off the backboard, and they managed to actually pull the keeper out and get him to commit, but they didn't follow up on it, and they really need to remedy that, because there's going to be just one moment where Super Strikers manage to pop off and actually get a shot away and take this overtime and bring them back into the series.
All right, now we're now 5 minutes deep into overtime. We're almost a full game of overtime.
Best of 7.
And this is absolutely crazy so far. Squid trying to find a quick pass through to Slick, and he finds it. Now Slick beats Bruce on the outside. Can he get the pass off into the middle? Is he going to go for the shot himself? He is, but maybe not the right play. Now Chef Savage still maintaining defense, but Surf being able to take it off him. Slide tackle from the back by Slick. Doesn't manage to dispossess him entirely. It's still a tussle.
Is he going to do another one?
Can he do it? Shot coming in now. And Bruce coming off hard on attack. They're now all on the other side of the field. There is a break now. Baby forced to make a almost midfield play as time ticking down now. Obelisk getting the touch, and both of them playing strong on defense. But right now, anything can happen. Zeus gonna pass off to Surf.
Gotta pass
Surf
again.
passes off to Raji. Couldn't quite get there. Zeus is open. Can he play the shot in? He can. It goes wide. And that charge by Squid signals the end of the Strikers' play.
It just comes back to bite them time and time again. If you have even a slight miscalculation of where you're placing that ball, the passing has to be so much tighter. I mean, in the last minute or so, the game's pace has ramped up massively. Counter-attack after counter-attack. But if you cannot make that final play, it all just crumbles. It's all worthless. They have to be so much more consistent with that finishing touch, or they're just never going to get forward and get that go-ahead goal. Finish this game, as we all desperately want it to. As I'm sure the players do as well. But they've got to get more consistent. They have to get more precise. There's a chance here as a 2v2. Surf, Zeus is the dummy run, or is it just going to send it down forward? The keeper commits. Thankfully for him, his defender was there to deal with it. It could have been a CDM barging forward to try and get a shot away as a lackluster attempt by Surf. I don't know if that was intentional to try and draw the keeper out, but it just wasn't enough of a threatening shot. And Slick and Silent God look to link up back down the field. He tries to dribble his way out, but he's going to lose possession of the ball. Bruce went to find his winger. Raji wanted to play this quick, leave it up to Surf, but he cannot corral it. Easy enough for Obelisk to deal with. Going to find his second man. Slick completely bodied by two defenders once again. Trying to get this over the top. He has to try and hit it, but it's too far away from him. And it is just always that final moment. Somehow they can't quite seem to finish it.
Oh, we almost see it.
And again,
there,
could this
and
be on?
what
No. How?
Absolute drama on the
to hit the
line.
target.
Baby making it. Yep, he made it. And that's all you need sometimes is a little bit of freneticism, and Baby having it in abundance. It's now Surf playing it through to the middle, finding two defenders, one of them being their main attack in Slick. As Slick puts the pass up against the backboard. Not sure what that was for, but it doesn't matter. Works out. Trying to get past. Puts it through to the middle, but finds Bruce instead. It is now a Super Striker. You feel like something has to change now because we're heading into our 9th minute of overtime. This is way more than regular play, Vector, and Slick is not even in the primary striker position that he found himself in when we first started casting him. So you feel like things are degenerating at a rapid pace.
I mean, for 5gens, it's always been about the strike partnership. They've always had two up front. They play the box formation. We've seen it time and time again. These two linking up all the time. But the most frustrating part is they do everything but the finish. They put the pieces in place and they make the right decisions, the right passing, but they just can't finish. And they just can't get the ball between the sticks as they tried to do it here, but it's from a mile away. It's so easy to read for the goalkeeper, but he's left it wide open. Finally, it goes in off of a fatal mistake from the goalkeeper. He came out to try and deal with it. I don't know if he didn't trust his defenders here. No, he moves forward. He tries to pass it, and Slick is right behind him to steal that ball off his feet and manages to finally get a shot away at a glaring wide open net. That must be utterly awful for Super Strikers to concede. I would be absolutely screaming internally if I managed to let that go. Being a goalkeeper and seeing that unfold is just absolutely awful. I feel bad for him, but it was an error of his own accord.
Wow, that was incredible. We were just having a look at MVP of that game was Squid, walking away with 13,500 points. And that was off 30-something passes and an insane amount of effort so far. And look, that is our second game. It is the second game,
match point.
2-5 gens. So we're on match point now. And that was the ultimate act of bravado for going the game in the pocket, because it would have been done. We would have been going home. But right here, right now, we are heading into match point. We are underwater. We're in the great city of Atlantis, it seems, as we're heading down to our final potential game as Silent God on attack, puts it forward to Slick, the man of the hour previously, and you feel like Vector, that long overtime, had to count for something.
Absolutely. I mean, it's appropriate that we're down here in Atlantis. It feels like Super Strikers are drowning. It feels like they're just barely keeping their head above water. And the name of the game here is mental fortitude. The fact that both these teams went through that long overtime, not taking a break at all for almost 15 minutes, just constantly having to be aware and always on alert to every single play that happens. As Zeus does decently well to get past the first man, does keep possession as well, looking to try and get something, anything that they can on the board because they've been denied for so damn long. The way that they lost that last game as well must be such a difficult thing to deal with, and then instantaneously into the next one. They're going to have to try and finish it here, but an absolutely exceptional stop from Chef Savage. A crucial tackle to stop that shot. Keeps this one equal. That was beauty in defense from 5Gents. That was amazing to watch.
Oh, I see that only Chef Savage now back on the defense. They've adapted for a 1-1-2-1 attack, and that might speak volumes here as it comes off the backboard. But Squid making the aggressive save. He's gonna eye out the safety and passing short, but there's Slick open and Silent Guard as they both looking to get free. They're playing the numbers. They know that they're working with a very good team. This is the grand finals, remember, but they are on match point. They have the luxury of 2 or 3 more games at the very least, and passing off to Slick, he's gonna get the shot across. But Baby, very confident in defense. Now Obelisk handing off to Silent Guard. Bruce trying to keep the defense cool, trying to keep everything under structure, but these Super Strikers have been under huge pressure by this 5Gens outfit.
And the question becomes, when does doubt creep in? When does confidence falter? Especially for Baby, he was the sole reason that goal was conceded. He could have done absolutely anything else but what he did, and it was very unlikely a goal as he looks to draw out the attackers here, taking his time to wait for one of his teammates to be open. Ooh. And took a bit of a risk playing it that quickly. But he does manage to get away from Imraji. Free on the right side. Zeus, again, the lackluster passing is being their downfall, has been their kryptonite. They have to get better at that in order to try and capitalize on these opportunities, open lanes that they're making. Zeus has got the movement down. Just he needs more consistent delivery. Is a great attempt is tried here, but Squid is ready for it, which you'd be surprised about. He's not had to do all that much, to be honest, with these incredible stalwart defenders on either side of him. Chef Savage and Obelisk, gotta call them out. Some unbelievably clutch plays to keep 5Gents in control of this series, and they continue to do so. But a bit of a risky pass there from Squid, trying to play things a little bit too quickly. May have given Super Strikers a chance, but they managed to recover from it. Now Silent God down the other end of the field. There's 3 defenders. There's going to be one to tackle him off, and Zeus gets rid of it as well. For some reason, Zeus is the most receded player on the Super Strikers team right now, which is surprising to see, but ended up working out for him. I see Silent God with a great interception. Slick is just waiting for that cherry picker opportunity. He's going to get the ball here past another. Baby advanced a little bit, but does just enough to prevent the opening goal for 5Gents here in, well, but their last game potentially.
All right, now Zeus going for the rainbow flick, but red. Obelisk now. And I think that's the hallmark of their defense, is Obelisk is often there to make sure that any beat on Chef Savage is quickly covered.
Yeah.
And it's made Squid's job incredibly easy. Like, make no mistake, we've seen some incredible plays from Squid as another incredible play.
No.
How many headers was that? Was that 3?
I think he got 2. One bounced off the backboard from the initial shot, and then he caught it because the keeper didn't do anything with it. Yeah, if they just let the save go, bounces off the back, he pops it up, and then heads it into an open net. Because Baby committed to it. Unfortunate way to concede, but sometimes that's just what happens. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's obviously hard to deal with that. Having to rely on your goalkeeper all the time is just not a sound strategy. They need to be the most reliable player and the most understanding player of the gameplay and of the flow of the game on your team, but they can't do everything. we've seen it, we've mentioned it multiple times, Obelisk and Chef, you said it yourself, have made this game so simple for Squid. All he has to do is deal with the quick shots generally when people are wide open, but he has very rarely had to deal with one-on-ones and 2v1 situations, and that is all down to his bastion of defense in front of him. Now we see actually a 2v1 situation. This is going to be difficult for Savage. He's going to cover off. Is he going to go for the man? And again, lackluster passing. There must be miscommunication going on there because they're not finding each other.
Well, right now, it's heading into the last 40 seconds of the game. If Super Strikers want to come back into it, it needs to be now. You're looking at 30 seconds away, shot coming in, and that is what they needed to do. They need to do more of that. 30 seconds left, and 5 gents will win the whole thing. So Super Strikers, strike now, coming off the board, and Squid, that was very close for comfort. And heading now, 15 seconds left. Bruce can try and take possession. Silent Guard is going to hold on to this for as long as possible. He's running it into the corner. He's putting in a Carlos Spencer. He's holding onto it. He's giving nothing away.
Oh my God, he still has it.
And he is trolling them all. This is the last attack. Zeus trying to hold onto it. Puts it off to Bruce. Bruce now still in the open. Going to pass through down to the middle. Straight through to Zeus. Zeus now gets the cross in. Passes it through, and there is the equalizer.
The finish of a century. Why, for all of life, they were not able to find this finish in the last 2 games, but when everything was on the line, the tournament life was on the line, they managed to put one away. Near post as well. You generally think that that Squid would be able to deal with that. He's been doing it all day. But just that one moment when it mattered most, they get one through. Fantastic header and a fantastic equalizer, giving themselves a chance to come back again. Oh my goodness. I mean, we couldn't have written it better than that, Romeo. The script is completely working. As this one's launched over the top. I think 5 gents are absolutely flabbergasted that just happened.
No, definitely indeed. And I'm seeing in chat somebody saying this is Rematch. That's obviously on a phrase, if you're not too clued up on Rocket League lore, when Justin, a couple of seasons ago, a very famous Rocket League player, slammed in a 0-second goal to keep NRG in the competition, and the commentator, Shogun himself, shouted, this is Rocket League, and right now, this is Rematch, and that's as close to cinema as you can get. So strap into your seats now as Obelisk plays back to Squid Cool, and they are going to play this one easy. They are not going to make mistakes right now, and as I say that, he hands off possession to Surf. Zeus manages to keep a little bit of a fracas going there, but the attack still pressing through. Chef Savage now getting a shot deep, finds Slick. Slick gets another touch. He's free. Can he get the shot across now? He plays it off the backboard, but Baby makes that save.
Great patience. Recognized that he was probably going to do something tricksy there. And he waited, took his time, managed to stop the second shot coming in. Played it to the backboard, but it wasn't enough. And this one just popped over the top. Bruce, we're not used to being an attacker. Wasn't quite ready for it, but he managed to, I think, get the ball here. Something's going strange. It wasn't Squid that was the goalkeeper to stop this. Ended up being Obelisk having to deal with it all, and does well to do so. Silent God to pick it up on the left wing. A little too loose with his dribbling there. He's given the possession away again. Bruce not in the best position to try and get this across. Forced to send it to Surf, who Chef Savage then brutally savages, it seemed like, as Slick can't quite get the dribble through. Surf just bounds past the ball. They find Zeus, and he's got the option on the left. Again, they're rushing it a bit too much. They have more options than they realize, it feels like at times. Actually, going back to the This is Rematch, This is Rocket League moment, there's going to be plenty of those throughout this esports life, I'm sure, but it felt like a you had to be there moment. It sent shivers down my spine just thinking about it. And I fully expect situations like that going to arise time and time again as time goes on in this game. That was one of them. An early start and an opportunity for a resurgence to come through here for Super Strikers. They're still not quite clicking on the passing situation, but if they could do that at the most desperate moment, then I think they really have a chance here.
Well, having a chance, Surf having one right there. Squid off his line, looking a little bit dangerous, reads it though, and Zeus, you can feel him circling. He is keen for that break in play as Baby now has got the ball. He's going to seek one deep, find Zeus, but Slick on his heels. Slick finding the open ball, able to touch it though. And this is one of those games that, again, in yet another overtime, we are finding absolutely tense action-packed play as it comes across the backboard. And there we go. Zeus scores the overtime goal. And it means that this game is not done yet, Victor.
Series continues, and this was off of the back of some exceptional work from Surf. He did so much there to get to that ball, used his extra effort, sprint down to it, and catch it off the defender, passes it slightly across the backboard so it didn't bounce off immediately and the keeper couldn't read it as well. That allowed Zeus to get into position, get the header down, and finally make a much bigger impact in this game. He tied on points there with Bruce. I'm not entirely sure why he got the MVP award. Maybe it's favoured towards someone who got a goal. But either way, contributed massively to that one. He'd been relatively quiet throughout this series so far. Down to a lot of that time was because he just wasn't getting the service. He wasn't getting direct passes, and he couldn't get his shots away when he was wide open. But made the difference in this one. Not quite as long as overtime as the last one, thankfully, but it has kept this series going. And has actually made it interesting because, I mean, five gents looked all four to be the ones to take that based on the way that it's been going. Obviously, it was waiting for a mistake. You said it yourself, that it just felt like both teams were waiting for the others to make a mistake and make an issue occur. As we see a quick cheeky AFK check there, a shot off of kickoff to try and catch the goalkeeper rotation out. It didn't quite work. But still, dangerous times. Great block by Bruceman. Wasn't the keeper. Could only do it with his body. As we start off the fourth game in this series, and it's still tight and tense as ever.
Well. This is one of those times where you go, they had that in the bag, did five gents. Now Super Strikers are they're allowed back in the door now. This is reverse sweep territory, and I'm not going to say it just yet because they just one game back, but that goal...
Well, you said the words, Bromeo. You know that means it's not going to
happen. I did the things, and... I just want to head back to, that score point where you said Zeus was tied with Bruce, and the reason why Zeus got MVP is because he scored the overtime goal that kept Super Strikers in this game. And speaking of, Slick is now hunting the box. He's trying to get in there. He is the fox in the box as he's playing it backwards, trying to regain defense, and... It's very interesting.
Somebody chase the ball back down the field.
Yeah, it's a bit reductive. They're all over the place, but it's working out for them as Obelisk now finding the cross here and hits the backboard, but nobody there to receive. So it looks like the Super Strikers outfit is going to be doing just fine.
It's important to note, especially as well, we sort of have high expectations for teams, especially teams that get to grand finals, and you think, oh, they must know what they're doing. They must know every nook and cranny of the game. Everything makes sense to them as you see an opportunity to go begging for Super Strikers once more. That they're just clued in and understand the game intrinsically, and they're just bad as a result of them not making plays. But there's so much nuance that's still to be discovered. So many different aspects of the game that we just don't understand yet. It's not been out long enough. And what is the meta is constantly changing. It's always fluid. So if something goes wrong, if the play doesn't come off, as it certainly did here, Silent God and Slick linking up once more. It's been kind of cooled off lately from what we expect to see from these two teams, from these two players even. But certainly fired up the coals there and managed to get a lead once again. They're very want to do this. They tend to do this. Get the lead early. I don't think they've ever been down at any point, if I'm not mistaken, before losing the game. So I wouldn't expect that to be the case. They always seem to score first.
Well,
but if plays don't work well, it's just because people don't understand the game well enough yet.
I just saw that cross through, and it was by Silent God into Slick, and we're seeing it again there. You know, in FIFA, if you want to do that, that's like a quick square or something like that, just to, you know, do that fast cross in, because I love the free flow flexibility of this game. There's literally like two buttons. One's kick high, one's kick low. And that's all you need to know in order to play Rematch. Whereas you need to bring out a manual if you want to play FIFA. So right now, Raji trying to get the pass across. They are numbers in box. They couldn't make that count. And Slick passing back off to Silent God. They're
No
using
need
their
to do
head
that.
here, both IQ and physically, as they're trying to force a space open now. Baby going for the cheeky pass, just trying to create a little bit of space, because he's feeling a little bit crowded in the box there. He likes pulling in the defense,
Oh,
but not
Zeus.
that much. And Slick now gonna seek the pass across. He puts the deep pass through to Silent God, and you're gonna see this cross coming back in, and you see it right there from Slick, trying to get that shot in, but blocked by Zeus.
Trying to do too much there. You mentioned about them using their heads and their IQ. Slick was actually wide open. He was the last man. He passed backwards for some reason. He could have just gone on and run to a 1v1, but they opted to go a different way, and we saw it again there, the link up between the two strikers. But Slick, he takes maybe one too many touches. He did the flick backwards, and that meant he was in a worse position to shoot, because obviously he's behind the defender if he does that. He was trying to create space, trying to create a couple yards to get a shot away, but the nature of the game, if the defender's behind the ball, they're in a pretty good spot to try and stop the straight shot. As another link up between Slick and Silent God doesn't go in at the first time of asking. Bruce saves his goalkeeper by being in the way of the second shot. Brilliant defense to keep this one close at the very least, but they're getting absolutely thrown about. There's all four players in the box for Super Strikers, having to deal with two offensive players on 5Gent's side. That's just how much threat they levy, how much danger they pose. It's incredible that I just saw that all four of the players had to come back, and they still didn't gain possession from it.
All right, now it is Bruce getting his nickname written in the stars. He's becoming Brick Wall Bruce, because he's stopped shot after shot after shot. Sometimes with his legs, sometimes with his face, but all he does is make sure it doesn't go in. As Bruce now on defense. You have him to stop it, and he did enough. I know Baby did that stop there, but with 40 seconds left on the clock, something needs to happen. And
We're gonna see another miracle
right now. Zeus in possession, surfs in the middle. He's free. Can he make the shot? No, he can't. Tackled by Chef
Great
Savage.
block.
And talking
And just
about
launch it.
blocking, those boys.
I mean, they've been brilliant the entire series and the entire day. Obelisk and Chef Savage. There have been mistakes here and there, as everyone does. The most important thing is that you learn from them. That's exactly what they've been doing. Zeus was cut out there at the first moment. He was just pushed off the ball. As we count down the seconds, Slick pushing down onto this. If he holds onto the ball as the seconds drop down, he's probably going to. He won't get it taken off of him. That will be the series. That will be the tournament, as 5Gents take it in a 3-1 victory. Grand final finish. I have been proven wrong. I thought it'd go the distance. I thought Super Strikers would take it, but just on the day, they didn't have quite enough. I mean, they managed to fight back up to the grand final. They gave themselves a second chance. And you said it earlier on, this is going to be remembered. This is such an important moment. 5Gents did not opt for the one-game advantage. They gained nothing from being in the upper bracket the entire tournament. But well, respect, especially from me, and I assume from a lot of people now as well. But such an exceptional performance in so many areas of the field. There were errors, obviously. They lost a couple games here and there, but they were the most consistent, they were the most deadly and the most effective, and certainly our team of the tournament. I just love some of the plays that they made, and I'm so glad that they managed to do what they did.
I'm also really privileged that we got to see here and watch this, because MVP of that game, by the way, we didn't dwell on it too much, was Obelisk. And so in the end, defense did win out, and that's what I love so much about tournaments like this. We met Brick Wall Bruce, we met the defensive partnership of Obelisk and Chef Savage. We saw the phoenixes being reborn in Zeus, and we saw the prolific goal scoring of Slick. And what I love about this game is that there's a position for everybody, and Squid at the back all day, making those saves look cool as ice the entire time. So these tournaments are for you, the players, and right now history is being written that into law that 5 gents out of nowhere managed to rewrite the history books and create their own. So 5 gents, take a bow. You are our first Community Cup champion. You get crisp high fives for your efforts because we've just started this thing. But who knows? Down the line, it'll matter.
Just be known as the first winners.
They'll be known.
They'll always
they'll
be known as the
the
first
first
victors.
winners. Yeah.
And should their ability continue, should they get even better than this, like I said, they made mistakes and there were definitely room for improvement, areas that they could get better in, then they're just going to continue to show up in these tournaments. They're going to build their own legends and become big personalities in this scene, and I imagine not just in the SSA scene but in the whole of Rematch. Should they continue to do that, build their story, and as you said, it is the storylines that make all the difference, that make it that much more exciting, that make it more than just a game where 10 guys chase the ball around a field for a bit. And it was exceptionally exciting because of the comeback that Sub Strikers made, the way that they bounced back from that lower final. They had to bring in a sub who they'd never played with before, who ended up being one of the best players on the team. And just such an exciting way to begin the story of Rematch, shall we say.
Well, like you said, it is all about the law. One day, Obelisk is going to be sitting out in his back porch. Chef Savage is obviously preparing a hot dog on the Weber. And they're going to chat to each other. Lighty's going to come back and go, Papa, you remember that time you two ran that defensive masterclass in the first Community Cup? And they'll be like, yes, my boy.
See it now.
That's exactly what happened. And you must know that you and Uncle Obelisk are going to do great things one day. So this is all for bragging rights. I know I'm speaking out of my ass on that term, but it has created so many storylines, so many things to look out for next time, so that when we watch this next cup, you will see the slick moves of Slick. You will see Zeus in another team, no doubt. Is he going to be one of those players who just joins a whole lot of teams? We don't know, but that's the brilliant thing. So Vector, I'd like to thank you for hopping on the cast today. I'd like to thank Tor and Voodoo for jumping in on the cast today for their first times. They debuted in a sport that nobody knows anything about, and I think they did absolutely great. Let's not forget our production, Dutch, who managed the entire thing. These nice little player cards that surround our faces, down to all of the action on the field. That was all him. But do not forget all of the admins. We're talking about Tor, we're talking about Phantom, we're talking about all of them who put this tournament together. So without community, without you guys watching, without all of the joy that we were able to create, none of this would be possible. So thank you for watching. And from myself, Bromeo, from Vector, we'll catch you guys same time, sometime, but just know it's happening again.